welcome to a very special uh, Square and Compass live stream. We are watching Canada, United States, para ice hockey, sled hockey game. Presently, there is a commercial on, so we're going to give it a few seconds. Oh, here it is. Currently, Canada 1, USA 0. So that is very exciting. Congratulations, Canada. 1-0. Let me know who you're cheering for. Let me know how you guys are doing. America has a power play at the moment. We have got a bet happening with my American brethren. Uh, so Canada had better win. Otherwise, I am out a bottle of whiskey and a special commemorative coin. Eddie, we're just watching the Paralympic Games. I hope you'll join. You can watch them on NBC or CBC Gem. We are still in the first period, saved by Canada. I think we in Freemasonry should always support our Canadian, whether they be sled hockey players, Paralympic athletes, Olympic athletes. We should be supporting them all. So thank you so much for being here. Nice, that's awesome. I mean, it involves a lot of esotericism, but I don't necessarily say I'd call it spiritual. At least for me, it's not spiritual. Esotericism just means information shared within a group, as opposed to exoteric, which means information shared outside of a group. Yeah, so, but I mean, hidden knowledge, that could be, that could be the recipe for how they produce Coca-Cola or Pepsi, right? Those could be trade secrets as much as anything else. So I wouldn't really call it, I'm not a big fan of esotericism as being a stand-in for spirituality. Some people may find Freemasonry spiritual, but in the same sense, some people may find, um, music spiritual, right? I'm not necessarily sure that I'm not a big fan of the idea of Freemasonry as being spiritual. All right, just going to give it a bit more time. We're going to wait to see who joins. As always, please take a moment, hit the note. Well, Canada's currently in the lead for the record, and I'm wearing this red in honor of Canada. So keep that in mind. Are you watching it? And if so, are you watching it on NBC, CBC? Well, belief in a supreme being isn't necessarily spiritual. Again, I guess it depends how you define these things. I mean, you could argue it's somewhat more religious, even, but even that, I'm not a big fan of the term religion. I think it's just a belief. I don't think beliefs have to be inherently defined as spiritual. Although I also think you could argue I'm probably splitting hairs at a certain point. Um, I think to me, the reason why I don't consider Freemasonry spiritual is because I think spiritual has too many religious connotations. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Canada, it's 0-0 actually. Excuse me. When I jumped on, I saw the shots on goal, and it's 3 shots USA to 1 shot Canada. Excuse me, it's still 0-0. Um, So forgive me. I got excited. I saw the one. It's still 0-0. Score as 10 minutes have to go in the first. And again, I'm watching this on CBC. Yeah, but I don't like that term because I don't believe in magic and I don't believe in the occult, right? I mean, I will, and this is me speaking personally, I will always push, oh, shot on goal. I will always push against the idea of Freemasonry as being magical or being esoteric in or occult in the way people tend to use it because A, I don't think it's helpful for Freemasonry, and B, I don't believe in magic anyways, at least in that sense, right? Or anything really supernatural. I love it as a form of entertainment, right? I love watching um, Conjuring or Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever it might be. I genuinely love those movies. I love haunting as something fun and investigations and ways to make money for a temple, for example. I don't believe it actually exists. Again, other than if you want to define spiritual in a broad enough sense, then listening to your favorite song is a spiritual endeavor, right? So, physics, like for me, yeah, physics. I mean, you could argue I find spirituality in physics in the sense that when I learn about an equation that better explains the world, I genuinely love it. Canada 0, USA 0, shot on goal. Canada blocks it. By the way, if I lose or if Canada loses, then I owe a bottle of whiskey and a coin to both my friend and brother Michael Moore, and also the Worship Master of Zion Lodge in the state. So that's really cool. But if Canada wins, they owe that to me. Yeah, I think sometimes those semantics are important. I think sometimes we I think sometimes we forget how semantics. Um, that's true. And I guess I'll have to leave it up to each individual Mason to decide how spiritual they want to consider Freemasonry to be. Um, at the very least, what I'll say is any spiritual, quote unquote, aspects of Freemasonry has never really been something I've responded to or been particularly interested in. The extent to which I find anything of interest, it's the family connection, another save, as well as my personal family connection, the emphasis on architectural orders and geometry. And yeah, again, you could argue for me, I do consider there to be a certain spirituality in a really beautiful mathematical equation or geometric equation. I think that that does prove that there's a symmetry and order to the universe, which I really appreciate. So, by the way, if you're not watching this game, America is taking it to the Canadians. But still 0-0. That was close. Maybe, but I've never met a ceremonial. Oh, penalty. I never met a ceremonial magic practitioner to ask. Um, Although, again, I've known enough, people who do take some spiritual sense out of Freemasonry that who knows. But then, to my understanding, with magic practitioners, I mean, they will argue most things are, to a certain extent, ceremonial or magical practices, right? Doesn't have to be related to Freemasonry per se. Let me see if we can get this a little bit better. Um, the way you wake up in the morning and your morning rituals could be considered a type of magic, I think. Still 0-0, but shots on goal is nuts right now. It is 5 shots on goal USA, 1 shot on goal Canada. Still 0-0 though at the moment. And it is a power play for the United States. This goalie is working overtime. We better win this. I will say, holy cow. Oh, and USA's got the first goal. I think it's important that we as Freemasons do our best to try and support all these different types of, if you want to call them patriotic exercises. Which should be done all in good fun. Obviously, I don't hate the United States of America or the American sled hockey team, but I am going to cheer for Canada for obvious reasons because it's my country and I love it. And sadly, though, now it's 1-0 for America. So, well, there you go. Ave Deus being pretty harsh over here. Well, are you watching the sled hockey game then? Canada versus USA? It's on NBC and CBC. Apparently, you all want me to have to spend some money on a coin and on a bottle of whiskey. How can I stop wishing ill? I mean, I suppose Freemasonry could help. I think Freemasonry teaches you temperance, and if you're wishing ill on others, my suspicion is you're not a very temperate individual. So I would suggest temperance might be a good lesson in there, the ethics of it. I would say ultimately what Freemasonry would do is you would be so busy and so focused on helping yourself or trying to improve yourself, you would not have time to wish ill on anybody else. Generally speaking, the more time you're spending wishing ill on others, I think is a sign that you're not spending enough time focusing on yourself. I will say this, these Americans are not letting up on Canada. Shots on goal is crazy. Do they go full stoic or full? So I don't know what I mean, I don't think Freemasonry goes full anything. I would be hesitant to describe it as full. I mean, certainly Freemasonry borrows a ton from Stoicism. I've actually had a couple of podcast episodes talking about that. Neoplatonic, I'm not as sure what that means. I mean, Platonic solids would be important within Freemasonry because of their geometric connections. Within Stoicism, it's primarily the virtues. Although I would argue, outside of the 4 cardinal virtues, the idea of living in accordance with nature, I think, is a Masonic idea because so much of the emphasis is placed on geometry as a way to study and understand nature. Do I have a take on the Stoicism versus the Epicureanism debate? What's the debate? Epicureanism is something I mean, I would think Stoicism is something I prefer more because still 1-0, by the way. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left in the first. I think, isn't Epicureanism a type of hedonism? I mean, as a general rule, I think hedonism in general is probably not a great approach to living one's life. Um, Now, to my understanding, hedonism has been a little bit misunderstood historically, right? It doesn't mean um, just seeking pleasure nonstop without concern for the consequences. It's seeking well-regulated pleasure. So, for example, me going out to the bar and having, too much to drink, it's pleasurable in the moment, but it does not result overall in any type of long-term pleasure because the next morning I'm going to have a massive headache. Um, but even then, I think if your goal in life is simply to gain as much pleasure as you can, I don't think you're going to enjoy it very much. Overall, I think it's going to be counterintuitive. It's going to result in less pleasure. I'd rather search for purpose and search for meaning and try to live in accordance with nature. People ask me what my definition of virtue is. It's living in accordance with nature. Having said that, I know very little about Epicureanism, so. Well, but isn't the same basic principle of Epicureanism the idea that, um, it is through temperance and moderation that you achieve the most pleasure? I think the goal of Epicureanism is still the achievement of the most overall pleasure in one's life. It is simply through moderation as opposed to maybe the more hedonistic lifestyle, which is simply pleasure in the moment without concern for the consequences. Although, even then, again, I'm not speaking as an expert on this stuff. To my knowledge, there was more of an emphasis on hedonism as being rational pleasure or long term pleasure. I'm doing well. How's it going, brother Courtney? I don't know if you're watching the sled hockey game. Currently 1-0 America, so congratulations, Courtney. Uh, America's winning at the moment. I think there's some Texas guys. Oh, shot on goal. Oh, but didn't make it through by Canada. Um, I got a bet happening with some of my American brothers, by the way. So if Canada loses this, I'm going to be out a bottle of whiskey and a commemorative coin. I've heard it said that an Epicurean was probably better behaved than the average, but it still prized the senses. So that's what I believed as well. I believe it was a type of hedonism. Um, it's more about the avoidance of disturbance. I mean, I would think the best thing to live, again, the way I define virtue and happiness is to live in accordance with nature, which is a Stoic idea. So there are a lot of different Stoic philosophies I really like and I think are helpful. Um, it's good. It's a hell of a game right now. I think one of the biggest Stoic philosophies I like is the idea that you don't actually own anything. One of my favorite quotes was from Marcus Aurelius, where he said, I believe it was Marcus Aurelius. He said, "What are you afraid of losing when nothing in the world belongs to you?" I really like that as a quote. I think it's correct. I don't think anything in the world belongs to us, even our own lives in some way. It belongs, if you want to put it in any way, it belongs to the universe. And sooner or later, it will go back to the universe. That doesn't mean we should be, you know, disconcerted with it or that we should not try our best to treat it with respect, treat our bodies with respect, treat others with respect, to treat the things that we have temporarily in our control with respect, but we don't own them, right? And it's helped me deal with a lot of, sad things in my life. Even my mom's passing, right? I always had this idea that, I don't own my mom. The universe owns her. I was lucky enough to get to spend, 42 years with her. And now she goes back to whatever it was before she was, before she had the physical self, if that makes any sense. So I like the idea of the Stoics not believing you ultimately own anything. It's rather just borrowed from the universe. I think that's correct. Um, I like the idea of, I think it was Seneca, who said we suffer more in reality. Sorry, we suffer more in imagination than reality, which has also been my experience. Usually, we suffer more by imagining the worst case scenario than what actually happens. I like Marcus Aurelius's when he said, when you wake up in the morning, just think what a pleasure it is to be alive. Good advice. So, yeah. My condolences. Thank you, some chill guy, but she's been passed away for a couple of years now, so it's okay. And she was very sick, so I think in some ways it was a blessing that she no longer in any pain. Well, handle your scandal everywhere around the world. People are incorrect. The Masons are not bad. Freemasonry is not bad, period. Freemasonry as a, if you want to call it a system or a club or a group or an order, is not bad. However, individual Masons, I mean, they can be good or bad. They're human beings, and they have all of the both positive and negative attributes of what it is to be human. I've never read the Letters of Seneca, but I'd like to. Hello, it's Gooey. Well, good. I think you should always listen to your doctor. And if your doctor says that you should stop alcohol, then you should listen to your doctor. Okay, so we are finished the first period. USA 1, Canada 0. So this is very sad, but that's okay. We're going to come back. We're going to be just fine. I mean, I'll always take a free book, and that's, I'm sure I'd enjoy it very much. You seem to live, I'm not sure what ART pills are. Having said that, I mean, it sucks that you have any medical condition, including HIV. I'm very sorry about that. Having said that, oops, I got this backwards. Having said that, I'm grateful that you have the medication, because hopefully that means that, you know, I understand many people have HIV and through medication are able to live, you know, very long, very good, very successful lives. So do what your doctor tells you. Keep on taking your medication. Take it as prescribed. And yeah, it sucks. Having any type of chronic illness is crummy. Hello, Travis the Pirate, who is saying hi. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for being here. We do not control Trump. We do not control his offices. We do not control anyone's offices. Freemasonry is not about controlling politics. Right now, Freemasonry is about whether or not I have to buy my American brethren some rum and or some Canadian whiskey and a commemorative Masonic Temple coin. Travis, we'll see. It's 1-0 right now for America. I'll say that. By the way, Anwar, please hit like and subscribe. Gooey, just make sure that the pepper spray is illegal wherever you happen to be. I know there's different rules and regulations around, for example, the different, like whether you can have, for example, a pepper spray or whatever it might be. So follow the local rules. So Anastasia Buskis, I believe. Anyways, there's 3 people talking about the Paralympics right now on CBC Gem. That goalie is Putting in overtime, they're saying, and that is correct. America will win in the end. We shall see, Drumpel. It's just the first intermission. We don't know what's going to happen. So, there just needs to calm down a little bit here. I have never talked to demons. I don't know what a super being is. I mean, I'm super, so every time I look in the mirror and talk to myself, I'm talking to a super being. But no, we do not speak to demons or non-humans. I don't know if that's what you mean by super being. I like to think of myself as being pretty super, but hey, what do I know? Well, Drew News. I mean, USA is not SHIT. I'm gonna be nice about it even. However, I will say the USA. I'm hoping they lose to Canada in this Paralympic sled hockey gold medal game. Um, Mr. M. Khalif, please hit like and subscribe. Drew News Network, please hit like and subscribe. Sunday, watching the Paralympics. Fun day. Gold medal game, Canada versus United States in sled hockey. I'm watching it on CBC Gem, which is an app. I believe it's also available on NBC at the moment. Um, so I would say it's not influenced by Luciferianism, with the exception of your friend and mine, Albert Pike. However, when it comes to Albert Pike, he is not as influential as people think, or as important as people think, to Freemasonry. Otherwise, it's not, certainly none of the rituals strike me as being influenced by Luciferianism, nor the rules, regulations, bylaws. You know, I've never seen Lucifer brought up in any Masonic rituals, in any Masonic ceremonies, at any point. So again, aside from one passage in Albert Pike, which is not really relevant to Freemasonry, in terms of self-actualization, I would need to know more how you define self-actualization. I mean, if you define self-actualization as just knowing yourself better or better understanding yourself, I suppose it's very much dedicated to self actualization. Um, I think that's been the case for almost any group or organization, right? If you're trying to improve yourself, then you'll become self-actualized as a consequence of that, right? It's the natural, um, it's the natural kind of byproduct, consequence of self-improvement is self-actualization. I think, anyways. Hello, Jace. Thank you for being here. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. I hope you're doing well if you've not hit subscribe before. Yeah, I got a big nose. I've grown to accept it. I hope you guys are watching the Paralympics with me. I hope you're cheering for Canada, because if you're not, I could lose my, I could be out a bottle of Canadian whiskey and a coin. Interesting enough, though, USA 62, Canada 38%. I know it probably doesn't seem like this has anything to do with Freemasonry, but it does. Freemasons, I've said it a million times, we're part of the country, we're part of the community. I'm a Canadian first, so obviously I'm going to cheer for my Canadian sled hockey kind of team. But also, you think about, one of the things we're doing right now in Freemasonry is I have a friendly wager with my American counterparts in the Masons. If Canada wins this game, they owe me a bottle of American alcohol and a commemorative Zion Lodge coin. If America wins, I owe them a bottle of Canadian whiskey and a Canadian commemorative coin. Um, and that's just a fun thinking outside the box thing that you can do. It makes Freemasonry more interesting. It also makes, um, it demonstrates our support for our sled hockey teams and our patriotism and our membership within the community and the country. So, well, then we have great hair. I'm sure your hair looks very, very handsome. Well, I would say depending how violent they are, you may want to talk to a professional. It's always a good idea, and there's no shame in it. Especially if they're, well, whether they're violent towards yourself or violent towards somebody else, you need to talk to a professional. Um, and then I would suggest you take part in some mindfulness practices. So, for example, why is it that you think you're having those thoughts? What is happening in your life when you're having those thoughts? Um, Journal what is triggering those thoughts, and you go from there. Could be not a terrible idea. Well, I would say better to get mental health advice from a professional than from a YouTuber. Um, Not that I don't appreciate you being here, but YouTubers are not the way to get, not the best place to get mental health advice from, believe me. My bowls? I don't know what that means. No, probably not. It's the syrup in the cans. I don't know what that means either. I mean, if maybe I should, if America wins, maybe aside from the whiskey and the coin, maybe I will also send them some maple syrup as well. Or I'm gonna not send it to them. I'm gonna do it in person. I think it'd be way more fun to do it in person than I'll go visit them and bring the items with me. Well, yeah, I mean, Canada's known for its maple syrup, so interesting. Get your virtual seat today. Hashtag fill the stands. Fill the stands. Support the Canadian team. Um, I think that might be a virtual seat for the Paralympic Finals. Hold on just one second. Still in the first intermission. America up 1-0. Paralympics, fill the stands. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Hold on just one sec. You're gonna make your own maple syrup. That sounds terrible, Jeremy. Don't do that. I'm gonna say you're probably not. It's probably not gonna be good. Oh, here it is. Fill the Stands invites Canadians from coast to coast to make a minimum donation of $25 and secure a virtual seat in a digital arena. So hashtag fill the stands. There you go. Still at the first intermission, I believe, or have we started up again? Yes, we are still at the first. Intermission, it looks like. Currently got a commercial for Petro Canada. I have not. I will send them out as soon as I can. But once I get the chance to send them out, I'll make sure to send one to you. Maybe next week. I'll knock on wood. I should be able to do it next week. By the way, the closing ceremonies are today at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific time. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, my hairy bulls. I mean, I do like the movie Braveheart. United States, 10 shots on goal to Canada 4. Great save percentage. Face-offs, USA won 6 out of 14. Canada won 8 out of 14. I did post something about the bookmarks on my channel, so on my Patreon. By the way, you can support this channel by becoming Patreon members. So I hope you will consider doing so. Hello, Samuchiro. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. We are just watching Canada USA sled hockey current score. America 1, Canada 0. You can watch it on, so I'm watching it on CBC Gem, which I believe you can get in the States as well, the CBC virtual app, CBC Gem. I also believe it's on NBC in the States. Smokey the Clown. Welcome, Smokey. Okay, so you were not a fan of it. I said there's no bad Scream movie, and I would include the current Scream, Scream 7. I enjoyed it. I think it was the weakest Scream movie compared to all the others. If I was ranking them all, I would put Scream 7 at the bottom, but I still enjoyed it. Doesn't hold a candle to my opinion Scream 4, Scream 1, or Scream 2, all of which I loved, or even Scream 5, which I liked quite a bit, but, sorry, Scream 6, excuse me. But they were all good. And Scream 7 I enjoyed. I didn't fall asleep during it, that's for sure. So we're still at USA 1, Canada 0. Second period. Just started the second period. So I don't want to lose my bet. So I mean, that's fair enough. It's one of those things where, you know, if you enjoy it, don't enjoy, like, I I I think relatively speaking, compared to the other ones, it also felt like there's a lot less uh, kills in this one in Scream 7 than in the other movies. Let me see. I feel like I'm not quite centered. How's that for a camera angle? I think that's a little bit better. Or camera position, I should say. No, leave Smokey. Smokey's good people, the real ghost face. Besides, there is no real ghost face. That's the whole point of the Scream movies. It's a different ghost face every time. Oh, a save. Hello, Lee. I'm doing well. How are you? I was close. Want to watch some hockey with me? We're watching sled hockey. USA 1, Canada 0. Second period. Nice. Keep up the good work. I don't know. This is an endorsement because I don't know. Oh, power play for Canada. I don't know what Lee necessarily talks about. So I'm not endorsing it per se. I am telling you, though, at least check out Lee's channel. Check it out, watch it. And if you enjoy the content and you think it's worth your time, then by all means, subscribe. We all start with 0. So the fact you're at now 207 is awesome. Another shot on goal, miss. Keep up the good work. No, another miss. Oh, we got a goal. Canada 1, USA 1. Whoa, Smokey, you need to calm down with that nonsense, all right? Smokey, the guy's name is the real Ghostface. So obviously he's making a joke because he's saying that he's the Ghostface killer. You need to relax a little bit there, Smokey. That I took that as a joke, and you should too. And if his name is Ghostface, you should recognize that that's just meant as a joke. All right, I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna win this bet. You just watch. I don't really talk, but I do shorts and game share. Um, that is awesomely. I mean, yeah, whatever you do, right? Whatever content you do, and whatever content you enjoy, um, is awesome. So if you prefer doing things through shorts, that's great. All right, Canada won, USA won. We're coming back. Everything's going to be great. I'm not gonna lose I'm not gonna lose my bottle of whiskey. That's for sure. Although clearly we're getting more Americans than Canadians in right now because we are at USA 67%, Canada 33%. So I don't want to kick anybody's ass except I want Canada and our sled hockey team to kick the Americans' butt just this one time. With the guys from Lodge, Brother Courtney, that's awesome. By the way, Mr. Keeps, I hope you voted for Canada. Or you can vote for the States. That's okay too. Whomever you voted for, I hope you're watching the game and enjoying it. Like I said, CBC Gem, it's on, as well as I believe NBC is also showing it. Oh, and we got Canada in the American end. I think there's been a penalty. Maybe not. Oh, penalty. Armstrong 61. Is Trump there? I don't think he's there. I mean, oh, yeah, that's a penalty. I'm no fan of Donald Trump by any means, but it would have been nice if he, or at least the vice president, had made it to the Paralympics to watch, as well as the Olympics. And I'm not being partisan. It would have been really nice if Mark Carney had made it to the Paralympics as well. Unfortunately, it seems like so often politicians don't support the Paralympics to the same extent they support the Olympics. Having said that, I haven't been paying a ton of attention to who's there and not there. So maybe, for all I know, oh, they got it out. Maybe, in fact, some American presidents and Canadian prime ministers or government officials are there. I don't think they care for it as much, and part of it is just politics, right? Unfortunately, less people watch the Paralympics than the Olympics. So as a consequence, they may feel they don't need to spend as much time at it because there's less people there to see them. Um, but it'd be nice if they supported them more. But we as Freemasons are doing our part, absolutely, by watching it on this channel, by creating a friendly wager between our American and Canadian lodges. So it's quite fun. No blizzard for us here, so that's good. No blizzard for us here. We've had pretty decent weather. I say that knocking on wood because knowing me, I just jinxed it. But the weather's been pretty good. Still in the power play, a minute to go. Oh, that was a pretty good defensive play. Again, as somebody who's not a huge, and they got it out, as not a huge fan of hockey, um, you know, I'm watching this. Watching this for the patriotism. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on what's happening. I wonder if there are any Paralympic players who are Masons. You guys have the Niagara Falls as well, we watched. It's on both sides of the border. By the way, on a side note, my social media, my Blue Sky is starting to blow up a little bit. So follow me on Blue Sky if you get the chance. Oh, we got some hearts. It might be smoky. We've got 13 seconds left in this power play. Then our back to 5-on-5. Thank you, Smokey, for the hearts. By the way, Smokey, are you watching the Paralympics right now? Once again, you can watch it on NBC and CBC Gem. Um, I think it might be on CBC Live as well, so if you don't have the app. But I don't know about that. I'm watching on CBC Gem. Okay, well then yes, the most important thing is work. But, if you get the chance, it's also a much closer game than last year. 24 years ago, it was 6-1, America won. So, no, Freemasons do not worship Satan. Right now, what we're worshiping is the USA Canada gold medal sled hockey game. So, not just shoes. Here's what I think we should do. I think we should put our anger about the Freemasons aside for the moment and be good patriots and support our Paralympic hockey teams, be they Canadian or American, and watch some sled hockey. No, we're not part of a dark brotherhood. We are a brotherhood, if you will, but not a dark one. Well, we don't have to join a secret society. I mean, I choose to join a society because for me, it was a family connection as well as I want to make the world a better place. In terms of secrets, I mean, you keep secrets, Ryan. At least I hope you do. I don't want to know, for example, your social insurance number or your bank account information because that should be secret. And you have a right to expect it to be secret or at least a right to privacy. But we don't have to join. I mean, we join because we're searching for something. Why do you have to? Why do people do anything? Because they want, or they're searching for something, right? Could be brotherhood, could be developing new skills and abilities, could be a sense of tradition or history. Still 1-1, Canada, USA. I've got a bottle of whiskey and a coin riding on the outcome of this game. So, this is exciting. I mean, I wish it was less exciting. I wish Canada was up 5-0, but hey, we'll take 1-1. Whoa. Oh my, that was a save. Wow. We have control over ourselves. We have control over, yes, a singular coin, muscle man, right? We have control over ourselves and what we do. For example, I would argue right now, in some ways, we are making the world a better place, right? We have this sled hockey team, two sled hockey teams, Canada and the United States. By contacting my American brethren, by setting up this friendly wager, by encouraging people to watch this game, by encouraging people to support our Paralympic athletes, we're making the world a better place, although the world just became a little bit darker of a place because it's now USA 2, Canada 1. USA got another goal. They're up 2-1. I mean, that's just one example. Now, if I wasn't a Freemason, obviously I could still encourage people to watch this game, but I choose to use Freemasonry to encourage people to watch the game. Right? I mean, whenever I visit a brother in the hospital who's not doing well, whenever I, receive an application for benevolence and help a brother maintain his home, it doesn't just help him, it helps the entire world, or at least the community, because every time a brother stays in his home and his family gets to stay in his home because Masons step in with benevolence, it helps the whole community. It's one less person on the street, one less family on the street. Um, it's when you join a group, and this isn't exclusive to Freemasonry, you're in a privileged position because you have resources through which you can try to make the world a better place. And I think that's what we're doing here. Well, I don't think anything we watched, I don't mean to become, you know, negative, but I don't think anything will ever completely rid the world of those things. But we can try our best to instill a sense of brotherhood and community and hopefully reduce those things as much as possible. I'm not suggesting Freemasonry will solve all the world's problems, but I hope it will solve some of them, or at least mitigate the damages caused by some of these problems. Um, Rank three, Freemasons don't have ranks. That's not the right way to think about it. The better way to think about it is degrees and offices. I'm a third degree Master Mason. I'm 18th degree Scottish Rite. I'm also the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Well, you got to watch out for Friday the 13th. That'll do it. But that does suck. At least you're okay. I'm glad that you're okay. Um, and doing all right. Because stuff can be replaced. Although, having said that, obviously, it still is a shitty situation. Well, right now it is because it's 2-1 USA Canada. 7 minutes, 13 seconds left in the second period of the Canada USA sled hockey game. I'm looking at potentially losing a bottle of whiskey if we don't change something. I am not Illuminati. Yeah, I know. And also, what's interesting is it's always feels like at least the first two have been in conjunction with something else. Like, um, last month in February, it was in conjunction with Valentine's Day. And so I watched My Bloody Valentine. And then this time it's around the same time as St. Patrick's Day. So I'm going to watch some Leprechaun movies. Yes, I agree with Lapis Exilis. Go Canada. 2-1 though right now. 14 shots on goal to 8. They're giving this goalie some overtime, that's for sure. I mean, an Anglo thing, Freemasonry started in Scotland or England, so I guess pretty Anglo-Saxon in that sense. But it's global. There's no single governing body for Freemasonry, but there is Freemasonry all around the world, including in Asia, Africa, South America, North America. It's back in the other side now. Back in the Americans' end. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Good hit. Oh, I think we got an injury. It sucks. Obviously, I don't want the Americans to win, but I don't want anybody to get injured either, so it sucks. Well, how about you leave a super chat and we'll see Talking to the Moon. I mean, I don't know what you mean by the great light. I mean, that's a metaphor, right? Within Freemasonry, light is a metaphor. So, It means knowledge, wisdom, but that's not exclusive to Freemasonry. That has been a metaphor. Light has been used as a metaphor for knowledge in a variety of different organizations and groups. No, you cannot sign a contract on behalf of me, we watched. All right, not just shoes. I think we're gonna have to get rid of you. You're kind of a pain. Can't even support the American sled hockey team. You're too busy trying to talk crap about me. I see you have a towel. I rub my nose. All right. If that's what you think. 2-1 USA Canada, by the way. Yeah, I should be more concerned with the fact that I'm about to be out. Unless Canada gets another goal and ties this thing up, well, wins. We're going to be out a bottle of whiskey and a coin pretty soon. Oof, that was a good hit. Still watching it on CBC Gem. You can watch it on NBC as well. I don't know how many other people watch the Paralympics. I hope you guys do. We should be supporting our athletes. But USA, you got another goal. So now it's 3-1, 5 minutes to go. We are just going to hang out and keep watching. But we're going to hope that the Canadians come back from this. They're down by 2 goals. All right, let's get rid of not just shoes. Oh, good save by the Americans. Wow, 4's got a breakaway. $15 shots, 16 shots on goal to 9 shots on goal. Because he's a very sad person who has a very bad life. And because he's a very sad person with a very bad life, that's what he does. All right, USA, Canada 3-1. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in the second period. They do. Well, it's codependency on misery, right? If they're unhappy, then they need to create some type of, I don't know even what the word would be, some type of conspiracies or misery for others as a way to make themselves feel happy. It kind of just is what it is. You got to get 2 goals in the next 3 minutes at least. I'd like to go into the third period tied up here. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people can end up in those type of situations. It sucks, but it is what it is. We're going to get a bit more time. Wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're all doing very well. Two minutes 45 left. Oh, maybe third. Oh, intercepted. This goalie, number 30, is crushing it right now. I'll say that. We are rocking this out. Let's see. That is true. I should be doing more stuff related to horror movies. You're not wrong because I do love them so much. And diversification would not be the worst thing in the world as well. I mean, I have my personal channel where I try to do a variety of different topics when I get around to it. But so much of my time is spent on these live streams and just hanging out. You're not wrong, though. You know, scary movie tier lists, all that jazz. Though there's so many ones out there already, it feels like it's kind of a oops, saturated market. But I mean, what type of scary movies do you want to see me? For some reason, I'm having technical difficulties at the moment. Let me see if I can get this back. Do I get it back yet? Do I get it back yet? Oh, there we go. We're back. Yes, there's a commercial, but that's okay. Lost it for a second. Still 3-1 USA, Canada. 1 minute 19, 1 minute 10 seconds left, just about. 1 minute 10 seconds in the second. Come on. Oh, oh. They're going for it right now with 30 seconds left. Oof. That was close, but no, didn't quite get it in. 10 seconds left to go. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, end of the second. 3 USA, 1 Canada. Like how would fare against each killer? I have no legs. I would lose to every killer. Are you kidding? It would be terrible. Here's the question is, do other people think they can win? That's a Cody Leach thing. Actually, I really like Cody Leach, so... he's a YouTuber I like quite a bit. The real ghost face. What do you when you're watching like YouTube reviews, what do you watch? Clearly, though, I have way more Canadians or way more Americans watching than Canadians. We watched a movie. I like his take on Scream 7. I don't think I know we watched a movie. What does that one does he do primarily scary movies? Does he do a lot of different types? What type of movies does he do? Jeremy Johns, I like him actually. When I do get around to watching him, for me it's mostly Cody Leach. Sometimes Stuckman. I like Red Letter Media, though sometimes they have a bit of a old man yelling at clouds vibe, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I still like their stuff. So, well, he started out as like I don't think Jeremy just does horror, but he kind of started out as a horror movie guy, right? Like that was his most of his stuff. Well, I mean, I think that's okay. I don't think you have to necessarily agree with every movie critic that you watch, right? The important thing is more that you just take the time to enjoy their perspective without necessarily fully agreeing with it. Oh, we watched a movie. He mostly does horror. Okay. So generally speaking, do you find you more agree with this stuff or disagree with this stuff? Got my passcode. You should watch one of his most recent videos. It's titled I Know Who the Killer Is in Scream 8. Awesome video and breakdown of 7. Um, okay, I will check it out. What would you say is your favorite scary movie? Do I speak German? I do not. I don't speak any other language. I wish I did. I've talked in the past about how we as Freemasons should, I guess that makes sense, outside of Scream, that we as Freemasons should be able to communicate in other languages. I do take pride in my efforts to, get professional translators who speak multiple languages to send out Masonic messages in different languages. I've produced content on this channel in different languages, and I'm grateful for that as well. So there you go, Critter. Jeepers Creepers, a lot of people, I was never a huge fan of Jeepers Creepers, not the first one or the second one, to be honest. I mean, I don't mind them, right? But they're not my favorites, put it that way. Nothing's wrong cheering for both teams, Critter. You just want it to be a good game, right? I can speak Italian. I'm speaking Swiss, German, French, Spanish, and English. You're doing a lot better than me, but good for you. I mean, I think we within Freemasonry should care about trying to communicate in multiple languages, and that includes within our building. So, for example, I think we should have signage in multiple languages, including Braille, by the way, especially on, for example, elevators or things designed for, things designed for people with disabilities, like accessible doors, elevators. We should make sure there's Braille signage on it, right? I think that stuff's really important. Welcome from Italy. Christian, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having an excellent day. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. We're watching the sled hockey games, which are in Italy, right? Milan, the Paralympic Games. I agree with that. There's not enough Braille in American public places. There's also not enough Braille in Canadian places as well. We need to just have more Braille in general, I would argue. It's unfortunate that we sometimes feel like there's not enough, just for disabilities in general, right? And look, I understand it's tough. I'm not one of these people who doesn't recognize the challenges of trying to create accessible spaces. It can cost a lot of money. It can be engineering challenges, but I think it's worth it. So I think we in Freemasonry have a responsibility to make sure our buildings are as accessible as possible. We communicate in a manner that is as accessible as possible. So yeah, in my humble opinion. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you for being here. Jump on the stream, say hello. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, or I guess at this point, Canadian Paralympic team, let me know. I liked the movie Hatchet. I thought it was really fun. It's one of those movies where, it's absolutely the case that when it comes to it came out during like a real dearth of horror films, right? And so it was one of those things where it came out at a time when there wasn't really a lot of slashers. What do I think? I did not enjoy the film Human Centipede. What do I think about the future of mankind with all these wars? I mean, I obviously am concerned about it. I think, I think maybe Freemasonry can help ensure that we have, we do what we can to make sure that future humanity is good. I think we within Freemasonry are in a privileged position to try to create a better world, and try to ensure there is a good future for humanity. I think brotherly love will always do that. That will always be the case. A lot of people say they basically copied Hatchet. Well, I mean, who hasn't copied Jason Voorhees, right? Unfortunately, not unfortunately, I think with scary movies, with almost all types of movies, there's only so many different stories you can tell. The point is not telling a different story, but telling the same story better. I think is sometimes a better way to look at it. I think horror movies, yeah, there's so many different tropes within slasher films. It's ultimately about just enjoying the slasher films, right? And enjoying the story. I mean, if you exist, why do dark forces still prevail, right? Why aren't you doing anything to stop the dark forces from existing? Nobody thinks, I mean, I don't think that Freemasonry is the solution to all the problems in the world. It's my solution to the problems I can try to solve. But unfortunately, there is no single group or single entity that can completely remove evil from the world, right? That's a very, I mean, what I would say is if you are trying to make the world a better place, user, and I assume you are, then why does evil still exist in the world? Evil is one of those things that seems pretty persistent and pretty hard to get rid of, despite the efforts of many great people throughout history. All we can do, and we can do this through Freemasonry, we can do this through a variety of other different means, almost an infinite number of different means. What we can do is try our best in our area of the world and amongst those people that we know about and that we care about and that are friends with or with whom we are friends. We can do our best to try to make that area better. And if we all do that, then who knows? Maybe we'll get to a point where there's no evil and dark forces in the world. Whether or not evil and dark forces prevail, that's a different question, I think. Um, um, Whether or not you think evil is prevailing, I think that gets a little bit more complicated. I don't know if I would say it is quote unquote prevailing. I think it's a little more complicated than that. So, no, it's not being a bad person because sometimes you have to accept the fact that if you can't allow yourself to set certain precedents, right? Because why that homeless person, not the next homeless person? There comes a point when what there actually has to be to an issue like homelessness is a systemic solution, not individual solutions. But within Freemasonry, we can provide a systemic solution to some problems within the civic space. It won't be enough, it won't be sufficient. You also need to ensure um, that you have civil systemic solutions as well, right? It can't all be, you can't all have solutions entirely within the community sphere if you also don't have the civil, otherwise known as the government sphere involved also. Yeah, but you also accept you can't help everybody all of the time and you have to be safe. Um, you help, within Freemasonry, we talk about, you need to be prudent. Prudence is a very important skill. Charity is great, but for example, why not give all of your money to a homeless shelter? Well, because you need to pay your rent as well. So you need to find a certain level of prudence. Shots on goal, US 17, Canada 11. So Canada's winning more face-offs, but we're still not getting as many shots on goal. Homeless people could join Freemasonry. Why not? I mean, the issue would be the cost associated with it. If they're homeless, would they have the ability to afford the dues? And for that matter, like what would they put down for their address? Because part of Freemason is we need to be able to keep in contact with the applicants to let them know how the process is going. I mean, in theory, no, there'd be nothing stopping a homeless person from applying. Freemasonry cares about the internal and not external qualifications of man. Otherwise, how good of a person are you? Having said that, I would say if somebody is homeless, joining Freemasonry is probably they should probably focus first and foremost on trying to get their life in perhaps some type of more stability and order before they focus on joining any civic institution, including Freemasonry. Well, I mean, there are always going to be ways to get around things. Their address could be the lodge, their address could be the shelter at which they're staying, their address could be a friend's place. But again, just because you can find a workaround doesn't necessarily mean you should find a workaround, at least not in that point. Um, you can let homeless people, I mean, I would not opposed to it in theory, it's just practical. Um, right? And I think if you are homeless, obviously, any money you have should immediately go to paying for food and shelter or savings of some sort, as opposed to the lodge dues. I try not to hate anybody as a general rule. Now, whether I succeed or not is a different story, but I certainly would not hate somebody because they're homeless. Unfortunately, sometimes life just gets complicated, right? And people go through challenges. It's not always their fault. It's very easy to look at somebody who's homeless and automatically assume they're to blame. Maybe sometimes they are, but very often it could be completely out of their control. I would say Freemasonry has actually helped keep people from being homeless, to its credit. I've known at least three Masons who would have been homeless were it not for Freemasons stepping in and providing them with funding to pay their rent, to pay their mortgage, to pay whatever it is they need to pay. We're in the third period. 3-0. Sorry, 3-1 USA to Canada. I'm gonna lose about to lose a bottle of whiskey if we don't turn things around here. Yes, I agree. It's going well, CD. How's it going for you? Thank you for being here. Please hit like. Please hit, well, you already subscribed, but please hit like. Consider doing a super chat. Just 99 cents would help out big time. Oh, all right. America just got the fourth goal. It's 4-1 USA to Canada. I don't know what that means. I don't know what a homeless cleansing is. I've never paid for homeless cleansing. I mean, if there's issues with, there are issues with, like if you're in a place and there's, let's say, homeless people who are camping out, creating dangers, blocking fire escapes, whatever it might be, then you may have to contact the police in order to get rid of them or ask them to leave because it could be a fire hazard, right? Like, for example, I know in some Masonic Lodge buildings, there are homeless people who were sleeping under or even on fire escapes, and that creates a fire hazard. If there is ever a fire, people need to leave. If a homeless person has left his belongings or whatever it might be on the fire escape, that creates a trip hazard, etc., etc. So there may be times when homeless people are asked to leave. Oh, all right, Canada got a goal. It's 2-4, Canada, USA. Um, so there you go. That's good. We're coming back. Sure, it can also be a health hazard depending on what they're leaving, right? Depending on what they're leaving around the building. If it, for example, could be needles or bottles or anything that could be harmful. Especially there are younger people who will also be around the building and may pick things up without knowing what they are. So that's possible as well. All right. Canada just has to get 2 goals here. That's all we got to do. Save me from the expense of getting a having to pay for another for a bottle of whiskey and a coin. If you're just hanging out, we're watching the Canada-USA sled hockey game. USA 4, Canada 2. 12 minutes to go into the third. Come on. Canada still got it. We got some hearts. Oh, breakaway 16. And it was saved. $11 minutes to go, 17 seconds. Oh, Canada keeps it. Oh, no. I don't know if you guys are watching this with me. 2-4, USA 4, Canada 2. $10 minutes, 51 seconds to go. Come on, here we go. I don't want to have to buy a bottle of whiskey. Let's go, Canada. You got two, you're 2 down. I mean, I wouldn't say that, CD. That's not been my experience at all, but some of them can be. And I mean, it's one of those things where even if they're not, even if it's just, it could be something as simple as them leaving food behind. That can still pose a risk because the food can attract rodents, can attract mice, um, other pests in around your building. They get in the building. It's just a matter of, yeah, there's a lot of issues that you have to think about. Good save. Oh, there it is. And they got it out. 9:18 to go. If you're just joining, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Watch the Paralympic sled hockey game with me. I'd very much appreciate it. We're still got 2 goals down, but that's okay. I hope you guys are doing well. I would super chat, but I'm Team America at home free. You can be Team America and still super chat. That's no rule against that. Having said that, you're not home free yet. There's still two goals to go. There's just, you can come back from 2. All is doing well, or we can come back from two. All is going well. Lapis, I hope you're doing well also. Got it out. We've got 8 minutes left. Come on, Canada. You got to get 2 goals. That's all. I say that's all like it's easy. I couldn't do this. This looks absolutely exhausting. Oh, they're going to get it out. Oh yeah, Freemasons do a ton of homeless, well, a ton of charity, I should say. Could be for homeless people, could be for medical research. I mean, it's incredible the amount of stuff that they do here in Windsor. There are many Masonic lodges that every year, especially during Christmas time or the holiday season, will feed the homeless. They'll take part in a holiday dinner. They take part in the Salvation Army kettle ringing. So Olympic athletes are amazing. Paralympic athletes are amazing as well, CD, including these Canadian American Paralympic sled hockey players. Absolutely amazing. I wore my red shirt to celebrate Canada. Hope we can. We got 7 minutes left to get 2 goals. We can do it. Holy cow. What a save that was. Credit where credit is due. Canada's goalie is crushing it at the moment. Yes, I agree. Community engagement is a beautiful thing, and that's what I think Freemasonry should be all about. And one of the best things about it is the fact that it so supports community engagement. I agree, go Canada, but we got to get 2 goals in the next 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What a save that was. 30 is killing it. All right, we're in the American side at least, so that's good. We're just hanging out to see who joins and cheering for Team Canada. It's crazy. 21 shots to 13 shots on goal. USA 4, Canada 2, third period. We got about 5 minutes to go. I'm on this early because we're watching the Canada-US sled hockey gold medal game, otherwise known right now as seeded rivalry. So there you go, which is pretty funny actually. Sadly, Canada's losing 4-2. We still got time though. And as someone who has a current bet with my American counterparts, American brothers, I'm really hoping Canada takes it because I don't want to buy them a bottle of whiskey. So hit that like button. Consider doing one of those gifts, a super chat, etc., etc. Help a brother out. We're going to give it a bit more time and just wait to see who joins. After this game is finished, I'm not going to jump off the stream. I'll just keep hanging out, keep talking, see what you guys want to talk about, if anything. Figure it might be kind of fun to just do a bit of a chill out live stream, maybe like a lazy Sunday live stream. Not with American Masonic brothers, though. 22-13. I mean, Canada's goaltender is crushing it at the moment. I assure you the rivalry is mostly one-sided. It's a seeded rivalry, sir. Oh my gosh, they just took out a referee. Oh, no. I think we got a power play. I think. Yeah, we got a power play. USA versus USA. Well, now is the chance. 2 minutes. Canada's on the power play. Hello, Roach. How's it going? I hope you're watching some Paralympic sled hockey. Third period, 4-2, USA versus Canada. If I'd bet with Smokey, I've been losing again, so. Oh, is there another penalty? No. So CBC Gem and NBC Sports. So if you're in Canada, if you're not in Canada, you can watch it on CBC Gem, is how I'm watching it right now. NBC as well, I believe. Oof, that was close. Come on, 1 minute. Oh, shoot. Got sent out. 1 minute, 20 seconds left to go. I mean, CBC Gem is a good one. NBC Sports. They might be on the NBC YouTube channel at the moment. Come on, get it out of there. 1 minute to go in the power play. $52 seconds left on the power play. Still down by 2 points. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank you for being here. Oh, do we have another? Or are they checking the... All right, here we go. Oh, all right. USA got another goal. I think they got another goal. So that's 5-2 with 3 minutes left to go. And they scored on a power play too, which is extra impressive, though extra annoying as well. Lapis, I appreciate that. I don't want to lose hope, but it's currently... USA 5, Canada 2. So, oh, hold on. Something's happening. I think they're checking the replay. I agree. Boo. I say boo as well. Having said that, though, that's what I'm talking to boo. I don't know if it's going to count as the goal or not. They're checking the replay for some reason. I don't know if there's a penalty or. Oh, no. I think it was stopped. Oh, no. No, it held. It held 5-2 USA to Canada. We work detox, not just detox. Art, I don't know what that means, but okay. Thank you for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Looks like we lost. Well, not. There's still 3 minutes to go. They got to basically get 1 goal per minute to tie it up. USA is cheating. I don't know if they are or not, but okay. I don't think so. I mean, a bit probably too. Oh, yeah, they just got another goal. Canada took their goalie out of the net. So I mean, I will say if Canada comes back from this, it's going to be pretty incredible. Because right now it's USA 6, Canada 2. I was involved in wheelchair sports when I was younger. I was a wheelchair track athlete, and I was grateful to be a wheelchair track athlete. It was a lot of fun. I have a lot of incredibly fond memories of it. They got 4 goals in 3 minutes. Power play is also over, so that's not good. Oops. Clean sweep potentially. I'm going to be out a bottle of whiskey pretty soon. Unless they can turn this around, which let's still, may who knows? Crazy things have happened. I mean, it's just you're racing in wheelchairs, so they're the a lot of people have seen them before. They are fancier wheelchairs. They have the 1 wheel in the front and the 2 wheels in the back, um, where they're kind of elongated. But I mean, it's no different than really bikes, right? It's just racing, but in wheelchairs. Hello, Pumpkin Spice. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like button. I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. And thank you for joining. If you've never hit the subscribe button, if you already hit the subscribe button, then just hit the like button. I would very much appreciate that also. And thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well as always. Oh, saved by USA. 26 shots on goal to 14 shots. Whew. The goaltender has been putting in some overtime, I'll say that. We got some hearts. It might be Smoky. Thank you for being here. 1:28 left in the third. Oof, they're going to get 4 goals. It's going to be impressive. Thank you for the donut holes, pumpkin spice. Much obliged. 1 minute left, 1:05. Still got 4 goal deficit, so I think we are not going to get it. By the way, March 28th, 2026, here in Windsor from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., we have got the Community Services Fair taking place at the Windsor Masonic Temple, 986 Olette Avenue. It's going to be an absolute blast. I hope you guys will join us for it. If you live in Windsor, Essex, heck, even Detroit, it'll be a lot of fun. I hope you guys will check it out. We're going to be talking about and showing off the different community services in and around Windsor. This time, anyways, we're just going to let you hold on to them for the next 4 years. Keep them shiny for us. We'll come back and we'll pick them up 4 years from now. So. Well, roll the losing dice. You're the one rolling the losing dice, not me. I would ask, on what are you basing your idea that Freemasonry is a dark and evil path? As someone who's been on the, I guess you want to call it the Masonic path for about 20 years, I would disagree. "13, 12, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game is over. Gold medal for the Americans. All right, well, win some, lose some. Maybe we'll get them back in 4 years from now. Who knows? They kept our gold medals nice and shiny for us in the next 4 years. I mean, they must have because they won. So I guess by definition they played better. They beat us 4 years ago as well. But if you don't have losers, you can't have winners, I suppose. So still, good game from both teams. Looks like the Americans are quite happy. I wonder if your friend and mine, Donald Trump, said anything about it on X. Kind of curious. Or just anybody in the American government. Game over for now. Let's see. I'm checking. I don't have truth, but I'm checking X. So, nothing on Donald Trump's X. I'm curious if Mark Carney said anything. Well, you should to ease my sadness because I'm gonna have to buy some whiskey for a brother pretty soon. Maybe give me a super chat of a couple bucks. Tell me pay for the whiskey. Let's see. Nothing on Mark Carney's. Having said that, the game just finished like 2 seconds ago. So let's see what other people are saying. If I type in sled hockey, wonder what'll come up. I am not on Truth Social. I don't plan to ever be on Truth Social. Although who knows? Maybe there's a whole audience there that I'm missing out on. Let's see. So Kent, Katter, Heinrich, USA, triple hockey, men, women, sled hockey, USA. So this is, as good for Pat McAfee. First time a country has won the Triple Crown of Olympic hockey, women's gold, men's gold, Paralympic sled hockey. Congrats, boys. That was good of Pat McAfee to say that. To have a celebrity of that stature playing up sled hockey is pretty cool. If you know wrestling, you know football, you know Pat McAfee. C. Kelly, yes, sled hockey. USA pulls off the Olympic Triple Crown with sled hockey gold medal. Congrats, Team USA. Nice to see it getting the love it deserves. USA Hockey out a tweet as well, courtesy of the red, white, blue, and gold. Oh, they're all going to shake hands. Gold for USA for the 5th consecutive Paralympics. Dominant start to finish in Italy. USA Hockey completes the hat trick of gold medals in Milan. So Dan, men, women, sled, we own hockey. Good job, USA. Gold medal game, Olympic sled hockey. Yeah, getting a lot of love through social media, which I do appreciate very much. Good to see. Wonder what they're saying on Blue Sky. Someone who does have a Blue Sky account. If I type in sled hockey. Thank you, Lapis. I appreciate that very much. Ryan, yes, I'm the thumb from Spy Kid. Roger Sherman. USA wins their 5th straight Paralympic sled hockey gold. Woohoo, Declan and the sled hockey team make it gold and triple crown with the win over Canada. Winning not only the 2026 trifecta, but their 5th straight gold. The dominance of this men's sled hockey team is undeniable. USA win gold medal in men's Paralympic sled hockey. 5 straight golds. So apparently your new national sport in America is going to be hockey, at least based on these Olympics. We'll come back though. Clark Starr, sled hockey looks insanely exhausting. I would agree with that 100%. Holy shit, y'all, sled hockey is lit. Hashtag Team USA from David Sapka. It's great to see the respect sled hockey is getting on social media. I'm not a big fan of Donald Trump myself, so. Papa Fazul, there's a sled hockey gold medal final in the Paralympics on NBC right now between the USA and Canada. I've never seen sled hockey or even heard of it, but it's pretty effing cool. I'd wish they'd promote this shit more. I don't disagree with that. All right, well, I lost my Lost. I guess I owe a bottle of whiskey and a coin to my friends at Zion Lodge. I'll have to find time to go visit them at some point. But that's okay. I was still happy to at least use this stream as much as possible to maybe support sled hockey, hang out with you guys. I'm just going to keep hanging out. I might as well. I'm here anyways. Make this kind of a chill, relaxing stream for a bit. Hello, Dad. I hope you're doing well. I did. I mean, it's one of those things, right? If you're going to have a winner, you got to have a loser. It's just unfortunate that this year it was Canada, but maybe 4 years now, 2030, they'll turn it around. Anything is possible, right? And Dad, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Let's just hang out for a bit, see who joins. Don't have any specific topics, but let's see who finds us. In case anybody's curious, because I've been talking about this a lot, as of right now, according to CNN, I had the price of oil, the average per gallon price of gas in the US has gone up by 72 cents since February 28th, 2026. So there you go. We're up by 72 cents. Sooner or later, that's going to start to affect Canada, or that's going to start to affect Freemasonry, excuse me. The price of oil is up in Canada as well, right? Makes it more expensive to travel to Masonic meetings, makes it more expensive to just be alive, which sooner or later is going to affect your ability to pay for Masonic dues, things of that nature. There we go. We won the gold medal in wheelchair curling. So maybe curling is our new national sport. As somebody who does not follow curling, I say good for them. Were you watching the game on CBC? Or where were you watching the sled hockey game? Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's end this one. Why to end the poll? Well, because the poll, the Americans, I guess it's the fifth straight gold for the Americans. So, congratulations to America, to the American sled hockey team. They're just keeping our gold medals nice and shiny for us. We'll pick them up in 4 years. I should have said rising gas prices. When I say rising oil, it means oil, gas, energy costs. Put it that way, energy costs. You need to set up Cash App, bro. Googs is being googly. Well, I mean, I do have a Cash App. I do have PayPal, right? Which is info. If you want to send me through PayPal, it is info@squareandcompass.ca. I suppose I could also ask what if you guys have any plans for if you guys have any plans for St. Patrick's Day. I know a lot of Masonic lodges like to do St. Patrick's Day events, celebrations, dinners, whatever it might be. So, but if you do want to give me some assistance through PayPal, my email address is info@squareandcompass.ca, or you can do a gift on this. Send me some donut holes, whatever the different options are. There's a thumbs up, a 67. So, and let's just hang out. Let's see who joins. Jump in the chat, say hello. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry or anything you want to talk about? Well, I mean, I don't drink either, but I've still gone to a lot of different Masonic um, I've still gone to a lot of St. Patrick's Day events. You don't need to drink to enjoy St. Patrick's Day. Hello, Austria. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I don't think St. Patrick was a leprechaun. St. Patrick was a saint, right? He was a saint who sent away the snakes out of Ireland, if I recall correctly. I mean, I wonder if there's any St. Patrick's Day events happening. Hold on just a second. Michigan, that I know of. Michigan Freemasonry. I'm going to check with Michigan first. I'm not sure. It usually depends. Sometimes it goes in order of like they just have a descending list from the oldest lodge to the youngest lodge, and you know, the first application goes to the oldest lodge, the second goes to the second oldest, the third goes to the third oldest, and eventually, once they run out of lodges and get to the youngest, they go back again to the first. Or sometimes they base it on which lodge is maybe has free time. I don't mean free time, but doesn't have a ton of applicants, and so has enough time to bring a new candidate in, and you're not going to be waiting for too long, versus a lodge that is maybe super swamped. So it just depends on kind of which lodges. It depends how they do it, right? Um, yeah, but I mean, at the start, you're really not going to know enough about each lodge, right? And it's hard to check with each of them. I mean, the better approach would be fill out the application form, but then when you meet with the first lodge that gets it, talk to them about why you want to join, what your work schedule is like, what you're interested in, and ask them about the different lodges in the area and see which one you think might fit best. Because every Masonic lodge within a jurisdiction should know about and be aware of the different lodges, when they meet, their kind of lodge character, if that's the right term for it. Maybe, for example, they might know, if you talk to them about what specific skills you have, they might be able to talk to you about which lodges could best benefit from those skills, right? For example, if you're, let's say, you're really good at formatting newsletters and things like that, they may put you in a lodge or suggest you talk to a lodge that is struggling with their correspondence and their summonses. Who knows? The other option, though, is you go to public events at the Masonic building, if they are holding any, and you talk to a variety of different Masons, and you ask them about their lodges, and you proceed from there. But the lodge that you're necessarily first contact does not have to be the lodge that you join. There's a lot of Michigan Masonic communications taking place on the 17th, but I don't see any specific St. Patrick's Day events happening with them or for them. So curious. I'm checking Illinois as well, as somebody who spends a lot of time in Illinois. Let's see if they got anything happening on March 17th. Oops. A lot of stated meetings. Harrisburg, Burn Prairie, Cyrus, Elmhurst, Franklin. But I don't see any notes of like St. Patrick's Day celebrations. Interesting. No, I mean, they'll have more lore because they're the number one lodge, right? So obviously they'll have more lore. In terms of the rituals, though, they should be, unless they're an Irish lodge or something, they should be equivalent to the ritual and everything else. But if you're, or at least not all the other lodges in the area, but if your interest is in the history, then you can, I'm sure you can put down in your application somewhere, at least I believe, you should be able to make a note somewhere saying, like, I'm interested in joining lodge number one. Even if nothing else, when you're filling in your name, you could put down somewhere, like just add that little note, would like to join lodge number one if possible, or find a place to leave that note. Because you should ultimately, if there's a lodge that catches your interest, you should look at potentially joining it. That makes sense to me. Which is the well-known lodge's Gucci wallpaper? I do not know. I've never heard of a well-known lodge that has Gucci wallpaper and gold handles. I mean, I suppose it'd be something in Italy because what? Gucci is from Italy, right? So that's my first thought, but that aesthetic is so tacky. I mean, I would have to see it. I'm not a big fan of crazy amounts of gold. Absolutely. I mean, not to throw shade at the President of the United States. However, I do think a lot of the stuff he's been doing with the gold, the gold in the Oval Office, it's getting a bit much to me. I think it looks a bit tacky myself. So Freemasons should wear big gold chains like Orthodox priests. I think we're okay. I don't think we have our aprons and our collars. I think that's fine. I don't think we need to be wearing anything else. Although I did not know that Orthodox priests wore big gold chains. So that's cool. That's true. If you are lucky enough to know if you are lucky enough to know um, somebody in the lodge, that can be helpful. But it's not a requirement, by any means. No, Freemasons do not wear masks. I've never seen in any Masonic ritual a Freemason wearing a mask. So I think you're thinking of Eyes Wide Shut, which, you know, that might be what Stanley Kubrick thought Freemasons are, but that's not actually what Freemasons are. So that's one of those things where Stanley Kubrick happened to be incorrect. It's one of those things where I can't speak for what Stanley Kubrick believed, but I can say Eyes Wide Shut is terribly inaccurate. A lot of people think it is, though, right? A lot of people, and I've heard um, people claim that Stanley Kubrick was basing Eyes Wide Shut on what he thought Freemasonry was. Because, I mean, Stanley Kubrick is huge in conspiracy circles, right? Whether it be the moon landing or claims about Freemasonry. So a lot of people have, even on the stream, people have said that Eyes Wide Shut is supposed to be a Freemason or Masonic movie. So I always point out it might have been what Stanley Kubrick thought, because I do know Stanley Kubrick was involved in a lot of conspiracies, but it's not correct. It's been so long since I've seen Eyes Wide Shut. It's been forever and a day. I mean, obviously, yeah, at no point was Freemasonry mentioned in the movie, um, but I think they were a satanic cult as well, if I recall correctly. The point is, anybody who saw that movie and thought that's what Freemasonry is, I assure you it is not. It would make the episodes, it would make the meetings quite a bit more interesting, I suppose, but nope, not what Freemasonry is. Well, it doesn't stop people from having inane speculation. In fact, my whole stream would be incredibly boring were it not for the inane speculation of conspiracy theorists. Um, I don't know who Cat is, 3_2XD. What I do know is I would like you to hit the like button and the subscribe button and consider doing a super chat as well. I mean, I talked about that. Yeah, gas and oil prices. Gas is presently up 70. I talked about this before. Um, Let me see if I can find it now. 78 cents, I think it was, according to YouTube. Let me just see if I can, or sorry, excuse me, according to CNN. 72. Gas has increased by 72 cents on average per gallon since February 28th, 2026. So there you go. Sounds like you're a big Kubrick fan. I mean, I'm not a huge Kubrick fan. I liked, I like his stuff, obviously. I liked Clockwork Orange. I liked Space 2001 Space Odyssey, but he's not like my favorite director or anything like that. Well, there you go. The Giovanni Lodge in Italy. Um, Clockwork Orange was good. Yeah, I agree. Clockwork Orange was good. Um, Pretty important thing that we need to keep in mind with A Clockwork Orange, right, is that punishment for its own sake or an eye for an eye is not necessarily the healthiest approach to take in one society. Or trying to, I don't even know, suppress, root out, destroy the worst parts of humanity, I think, can have some very unintended consequences. What was the French movie on which it was based? Interesting. I mean, I could probably watch, again, it's been so long since I've watched Eyes Wide Shut. So it's hard for me to say because I've, oh my gosh, maybe 20 years since I've seen it. I don't remember when it came out. It came out, what, 99, 2000? It's been a while. It's been a while. Trom Novell. I'm gonna look this up. So Trom Novell is Dream Story, book by Arthur Schnitzler. Um, let's see. According to Wikipedia, Rhapsody, a dream novel, also known as Dream Story, is a 1926 novella by Austrian writer Arthur Schnitzel. The book deals with the thoughts and psychological transformations of Dr. Fridolin over a 2-day period after his wife confesses to having had fantasies involving another man. Um, this culminates in the masquerade ball. The book belongs to the period of the decadent movement in Vienna after the turn of the 20th century. There was a 1969 Austrian television film adaptation. Um, Stanley Kubrick's 1999 film Eyes Wide Shut, starring Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, and Sidney Pollack, is the best known adaptation. It is modernized and Americanized, set in New York City in 1999 during the Christmas season rather than 1900 Vienna during Mardi Gras. So there you go. Probably based on Rothschild Surrealist balls. Classic Weimar era decadence. I mean, I would say decadence in a general sense is probably not the healthiest approach to life, to live in decadence, right? Most, like Stoic philosophers, I think, would argue decadence is not a healthy approach to take. To life, I remember, what was it? Even Plato, I think, when he was talking about the most appropriate diet for a city, it was purposefully very plain and basic food. So, was filmed in one of the Eyes Wide Shut. I mean, I mentioned this before, but I believe it was Nathan Rothschild was a Freemason, but that was the exclusive one of the Rothschild family, to my knowledge. Interesting enough, less people saying yes than I thought on my question. Are you worried about rising oil prices? Yes, 64%, no, 36%. To the people who said no, I'm curious why you're responding no. Are you responding no because you just don't drive and therefore don't have, like, you're not concerned because you don't rely on, energy costs the way others do? Or are you not concerned because you think the oil prices will reduce relatively quickly? Or because you think maybe it's worth higher oil prices for the war to continue, or for the war to be, it's worth the cost for victory in Iran, define as you will. Sorry about that, just lost a light. What are your thoughts as to, because I figured yes would be a lot higher than it is right now. Yucatan says, I'm not concerned because I'm a straight baller. I made bank, swipe the card, and don't even look at the price. Well, if that's the case, why aren't you giving me a super chat? Helping a brother out. I said yes, but I feel no in the sense that gas prices are important, but will stabilize itself relatively quickly. No choice in the matter, otherwise the world stops turning. I mean, I suspect that the biggest issue with that, Mr. Keeps, is the word relatively. I mean, how relatively are we looking at, right? Because, all right, you want me to stand up? There we go. Look at this. I've just stood up. I mean, between when they stabilize and not, in that period of relative quickness, what does that mean for people's ability to put food on their tables? I saw some reports from some truckers reporting that the cost of gas was really hurting their business, especially their independent contractors. I think the relative quick is the question. And I mean, I don't see personally, I could be mistaken, I don't see personally any quick end to the conflict in Iran, that's for sure. I mean, I think President Trump may just choose to declare victory. But just because it's declared doesn't mean, the other side gets a vote too. So, and so long as they're willing to keep on, for example, um, impacting negatively oil production and oil transport, I think oil prices are going to keep rising. Or will this just become the new stabilization point, right? Will this just become the new stabilization point and gas prices will remain about this high? Well, Deborah, I got a big forehead. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. We were watching the Canadian American Paralympic Sled Hockey Finals. Sadly for me, but happily for the States, Canada lost, which means I owe a bottle of whiskey and I owe a coin to my Zion Lodge brethren. I am Canadian, born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor. Um, well, I mean, I hope he doesn't. I hope that there's no more bombing. I hope that the hostilities end as soon as possible. Having said that, I guess we don't know what's going to happen, so we'll just have to wait and see. I'll have to find the time to make my way over to Zion Lodge. Zion Lodge is a really cool lodge, actually. It is the oldest lodge, I think, west of the Allegheny Mountains, if I recall correctly. Let me see when they meet. Yep, I got a big nose. Please hit like and subscribe. Let's see. Website. All Canadians are handsome like me. So that's what matters. In the meantime, we're just going to hang out. We're going to wait to see who joins. Please take a moment. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for being here. Hope you're all having an excellent Sunday. If you're dealing with crummy weather, like a few of the people on here have been, keep yourself safe. Listen to all alerts, etc., etc. My credit score is fine. You can help my credit score by doing a super chat. But we're just going to hang out and talk, wait to see who joins. I don't have any specific topics for today. So let's just hang out. Maybe on Tuesday, on the 17th, I'm going to talk about St. Patrick's Day and Freemasonry. I have been in the past to some St. Patrick's Day celebrations, so that might be fun to talk about. My Masonic experiences at St. Patrick's Day celebrations. Yeah, I got a big gap in my teeth. I've grown to accept it. What can I say? Probably because you said that, Mr. Keeps, it'll get blocked. I mean, it's a lot harder to keep the Straits of Hormuz safe than I think you're giving it credit for, or keep them from, like, it was always going to be a cluster, right? I mean, this argument of it's just, Iran is not, like, they have decent technology, they are decent military. I don't think it was ever as easy or going to be as easy as some people claimed. Go to the lodge, ascend the levels, and learn the Hadouken. Go to the lodge, ascend the levels, and learn to be a better man, or at least be a better member of the community. Don't worry about the Hadouken. Hello, Rick O'Shea. Thank you for being here also. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this stream. Hadouken is beyond the Master Mason level. Hadouken is that 13th degree level that everybody likes to, or 33rd degree level that everybody likes to talk so much about. We are not liking this. Well, some people have. 22 people have liked it so far. In fairness, so at least 22 people have. Oh, I can get offended. I'll never understand the desire of people to jump onto streams and say a bunch of nonsense, but you grow to accept it. The part of being on YouTube is there's a lot of people who have a lot of nonsense to say. You just kind of have to just put up with it, right? For better or worse, especially when you're talking about Freemasonry. I mean, if your favorite hobby was to get drunk, then that's a very not healthy hobby. So I'm glad in that sense that you have to move, um, that you're no longer able to do that. I mean, I think martial arts is always going to be a good hobby, be it karate or any other type of martial arts. So I don't think it's a good hobby for anybody. Let me recommend to everybody watching this that you do not, as a hobby, consume substances. I'm sure it's fine if you can do so in moderation and in a healthy manner. However, may I recommend that instead of that, you find a healthier approach. Healthier hobby, martial arts is perfectly fine. Freemasonry is perfectly fine as well. I mean, it's a hobby for a lot of people, in fairness. I would say if it gets to be problematic, though, you need to pay attention to that. Talk to people and listen to the people around you. If somebody around you is claiming or telling you that, your substance use issues are becoming problematic, then you absolutely need to listen to them. They're telling you those things for a reason, right? Do I think alcohol is going to go the way of cigarettes? I mean, I do see a lot of studies that indicate that um, people are drinking less and less, that young people are drinking significantly less. So, sure, it would not shock me if we see alcohol consumption continue to reduce. Um, it would not shock me at all. But I don't think we know for sure. I don't even think we know for sure cigarettes, right? Whether they will continue their decline or whether we'll start to see an increase in use of cigarettes again. Again, my philosophy, I've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream. My philosophy is always, always going to be moderation, being careful, listening to your doctor and listening to those around you, right? And that's true for almost any substance, I would say. Right? I think the danger is when you start to, you just need to pay attention to yourself, be honest. Is substance use, whether it be alcohol, cigarettes, or anything else, is it starting to affect how much money you have in your bank account at the end of the night? Is it affecting how you feel? Is it affecting your health? Are you not able to go to work because of being hungover or inebriated? Are you putting people in danger? Are you committing crimes to acquire your substances, right? Like, are you stealing from people to pay for booze, whatever it is? And it doesn't have to be at that level to be a problem. If you start to see things moving in that direction, though, you need to think about, think about what that means for you, for those around you, and how you can maybe reverse course. Well, I'm lucky. I'm Canadian in that I have a great doctor. I see her, when I need to see her, at least once a year for physical checkup. So I'm lucky with the doctor I have. Alcohol kills more people. I don't know if that's true or not, General George Washington. Having said that, there's no question that alcohol can be incredibly dangerous and incredibly harmful for a lot of people. Um, so it could very well be possible. I can't speak on for sure. What I can say is there's no question that alcohol can be dangerous for individuals if they're not being careful. I'm gonna be back in just 1 second. I just need to grab a protein drink. Speaking of substances, these are, we're gonna get ourselves some healthy substances. Give me 1 second. We're gonna get ourselves some protein. All right, I got myself a protein shake. So, I don't know how healthy this is, but I worked out this morning, so I definitely need some protein. That's not the real George Washington. Maybe it is. How do we know? I don't do creatine. I try to do at least as many pounds, at least as many grams of protein as my ideal body weight, which I think is around 150. Well, Yucatan, many superheroes, according to the official lore, are Freemasons. Um, Supposedly, Batman is a Freemason according to the comic books. Superman is a Freemason according to the comic books. Um, Captain America and Bucky are both Freemasons according to the comic books. I would think Bruce Wayne would be a great Mason. Captain America would be a great Mason. Superman would be a great Mason. Um, I don't know about like. I suppose Freemasonry famously has its secrets or privacy, so I suppose Batman or Superman, because they both have a secret identity. I mean, you don't need to be rich to be a Freemason. You don't need to be rich to be a Freemason at all. I think Deadpool would be an incredible Tyler. The Tyler is the person who is responsible for keeping Cowans and intruders away from the lodge. I actually had this idea of uh, like a short comedy skit video we could do where it was Deadpool who was acting as a Tyler, and people kept trying to get into the lodge building who were legitimate Masons, but he kept on killing them because he didn't realize that he was supposed to let them in. Which I think that would be funny. I think the better question is who would make a better officer, right? So to me, Deadpool should be the Tyler. Bruce Wayne should be the worshipful master. Superman could be the senior warden. In terms of junior warden, he's responsible for the food. Are there any superheroes that are really good at cooking or are known for their ability to cook? Because if there are, that would be very helpful for the junior warden position, if I can think of any. The deacons are a team, so you need a superhero team with at least two people, like maybe Ant-Man and Wasp. I don't know. No, I will not. I do not want to watch that, but I will watch Undertone. It looks like a great movie. That's on my list for sure. The Wonder Twins. There we go. They are the deacons. Maybe Iron Man and War Machine. I think those are the names. Could be the stewards or something. What about me? Who is the Tyler? Well, you would lose your position of Tyler to Deadpool. I mean, he's a martial artist. He's a superhero. He's an anti-hero. He'd be a much better Tyler. Very sorry, Dad, to disappoint. You get to go back in the lodge. You can be a steward again if you want. But like I said, supposedly Batman is a Freemason according to the comics. So is Superman according to the comics, and so are Captain America and Bucky Rogers. They are both Freemasons also, which is an interesting kind of history. I don't know if any of the X-Men are Freemasons. Um, Cyclops. I mean, I think they're actually not laser beams for the record, CD. Not to stamp my nerd card, but they are actually not. They're actually not laser beams. They are concussive blasts. So basically, it's equivalent um, getting hit by one of Cyclops's laser beams is like getting hit with a giant fist and a super powerful, or like a wrecking ball. Zoe, I have no idea what that is. Chronic, thank you so much for the four-leaf clovers. We do have, after all, St. Patrick's Day coming up, which should be really fun. So I appreciate it very much. What pouches? I mean, I don't trying to think on his or based on his uniform, how many pouches he has. Again, I like the X-Men. For me, I've said this before, my favorite superhero is Batman. That I think is I'm not a huge Marvel Comics fan, but I do like Batman quite a bit. If I had to, or superhero movies in general, I'm not a huge fan of, but I do really enjoy Batman as a character. What about you? What is your favorite comic book character? My favorite villain, since my favorite superhero is Batman, I would have to pick my favorite villain as the Joker. Deadpool, nice. Okay, yeah, I mean, I was impressed by Ryan Reynolds and Deadpool. Again, it's one of those things where um, I'm not a huge comic book fan, but I did enjoy the Deadpool movies. I thought they were pretty good. Uh, Having said that, for me, my favorite villain um, is Joker. See, I read the Age of Apocalypse comic books when they came out. And so that's where I first learned of Mr. Sinister because he was part of the Age of Apocalypse story. I don't know a lot about him, but again, he's an X-Men villain. I know that. What is it about Mr. Sinister that you love? I wonder how many villains have been Freemasons. Now, in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, um, the villain in that movie wears a Masonic ring. So there's that, I suppose. The Joker's awesome. I mean, to me, the Joker is the most classic and the best version of a villain because he's the opposite, yet he's like I think a the best villain should, on some level, reflect the best. the best villain should reflect their protagonist, their hero. And I've always thought the Joker was a kind of a dark reflection of the Batman. Um, right? They talk about that in The Dark Knight, where Heath Ledger is talking to Batman, Christian Bale, about why the fact that they need each other. Well, that's not good because I know the Joker's dating life. That's very not good. Let's make sure you find a better. Let's make sure you possibly find a better dating life. All right. Start by focusing on just yourself and creating a better life for yourself before focusing on anything else. How about that? That would be my suggestion. It was. I've thought, I think there's been a lot of really great Jokers through the years. Like, I really enjoyed Jack Nicholson, obviously. I thought Jared Leto's Joker was underappreciated as well. So, in my humble opinion, they were all good. Masonic girls, what law do you think I'm going to? That's not how it works. I mean, look, I know, I get it. I'm super, super handsome. And because I'm super handsome, yes, it's not fair because I do basically take all the girls for myself. Don't leave any for the rest of you. I can't help being this handsome. I didn't ask for this face. Could you imagine if my nose wasn't so big and ugly, how incredibly attractive I'd be at that point? But you'll be fine. No, on a more serious note, you could tend my advice has always been when it comes to this type of stuff, for whatever it's worth. And I'm the worst person to be taking advice on when it comes to dating or whatever it is. Just focus on doing the things that you enjoy. Focus on doing the things that bring you happiness. It could be something as simple as like bowling, right? Go join a bowling league. And if you're focusing on things you enjoy and things you like, the people that will find you. That's always been my advice. I mean, rituals are central to Freemasonry. Depending on how you want to define central, it gets complicated because I would say for me, the rituals are actually not the most important thing about Freemasonry. However, the rituals are incredibly important because what they do ultimately is they bond us together through shared experiences and shared knowledge. So without those rituals, it would not feel like a fraternity because um, we would not have any shared experiences to bond us or shared knowledge, right? I think that's been the purpose of rituals throughout history. Having said that, also what I would say is there are no such thing as dark rituals within Freemasonry. I don't consider the rituals to be dark. I've never seen any indication of quote unquote a dark ritual. Um, the rituals are allegorical. They provide, again, bonding through shared experiences and through shared knowledge. Um, and yeah, they, again, define important. It's one of those things where, to me, they're not the most important part of Freemasonry. I think they get very overlooked. I think the most important part of Freemasonry is the extent to which we use the allegorical lessons of the ritual to make the world a better place, which I absolutely think we do. So, but I would not ever use the term dark rituals. I've never seen anything within Freemasonry that I would describe as quote unquote dark rituals or anything else. But rituals, again, the purpose of a ritual, in my opinion, is to create bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences and through shared knowledge. That's what the rituals do, and that's what they've always done. That's not unique to Freemasonry. If you look historically, I think in many cases, ancient societies developed rituals, whether they be religious, spiritual, civic, in order to create bonds within the society, within the culture, which were incredibly important for the survival of our ancient brethren, ancient cultures, ancient societies. Dark Rituals from Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, I've never met Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know who he is. Isn't that a cartoon? I just like the art and aesthetics of Mr. Sinister. Reminds me of PIT comics. I loved them as a kid. Spirit of Justice, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Spirit of Justice. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I don't know what a monster chug is, but that doesn't sound healthy. That sounds dangerous, so please be safe. Um, be very careful with your quote unquote monster chugging. And make sure you're complying with any rules and requirements of the municipality, city, whatever, licenses you need to serve alcohol, etc., etc. So yeah, I always think of Mr. Sinister from, uh, again, the Mr. Sinister from the Age of Apocalypse movies, which I really enjoyed, or Age of Apocalypse comics. It's funny, when I was watching Wolverine versus Deadpool, or Deadpool versus Wolverine, when they were going through the different Wolverine variants, they actually showed the Age of Apocalypse version of Wolverine, or variant of Wolverine, which I thought was really cool. It was the one missing the hand with the big metal thing above his hand, and the big bushy hair. Nice. Well, thank you for being here. By the way, if you want to find me, I have a PS3. If I recall correctly, it's Masonic Temple 519. That's me on PlayStation. So if you want to find me, by all means, you can follow me there. I don't do really anything on PlayStation. I don't live stream my games or anything like that. Which Call of Duty are you playing? I've heard that there is one actually. Hold on just one second. Let me see if I can find it now. Um, Freemason video game. So there is Masonic Mysteries, Secrets Unveiled on Steam. And then Assassin's Creed 3, which I'm playing right now, features Freemasons within his historical context. So there's that as well. Um, and I've actually done videos showing off me playing Assassin's Creed Part 3, just short clips. But yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 has a lot of Masonic references in it. I hated Age of Apocalypse. Okay, so you actually follow, it sounds like you follow way more comics than I do. Like I said, I checked out comic books for a little while. Um, I enjoyed it. And I did enjoy the Age of Apocalypse comics. I remember collecting all of those, and I liked them quite a bit. So, what about the Chamber of Reflection, Yucatan? It's not everywhere. A lot of people think Chamber of Reflection is a necessary part of a Masonic lodge or a Masonic building. Many Masonic lodges do not have them. Um, what is it? I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a chamber, usually. Um, it's a chamber. It's usually a place where a Mason will go before his initiation or his passing or his raising to sit in reflection. It's usually kept dark. It's a way for him to reflect on not just his life, but what he hopes to accomplish from Freemasonry, what he hopes to um, gain from the process of initiation, what he hopes to contribute, and just to kind of prepare himself for the initiation process. In some ways, you can think about it as a kind of ceremonial mindfulness technique, right? Moving from the regular world, I hate using this term, but I'm going to, moving from the profane world of your job, your family, your other commitments, your stresses, the problems you're facing, the price of gas, the price of oil, moving from that part of your life and part of the world to the part of the world that focuses on Freemasonry and self-improvement as well as improvement within, the community. So you think about that it's not everywhere. Again, I didn't even see a chamber reflection until I was about 10 years into Freemasonry. Um, but usually before a degree, before initiation, and also within Scottish Rite specifically, it's much more common for there to be chambers of reflection in Scottish Rite. You, are meant to sit in isolation. It's usually a small chamber, and just consider and contemplate what is about to happen and try to leave, again, I don't like this term, but to try to leave the profane world outside of the initiation process. Or for that matter, it could be the second degree or the third degree. The all-seeing eye is always watching. The postman always rings twice, right? Meaning the postman always rings twice. What that means is fate will always come and get you. It comes from the idea of, back in the day, if you had a letter that was supposed to be delivered to you, if the postman came in the morning and you weren't available or you weren't in, he would come back and knock on the door in the evening, meaning you cannot escape what's coming to you. And so the postman always rings twice came to mean this idea of you cannot escape fate. That's why in the movie The Postman Always Rings Twice, even though, spoilers, but it's a very old one, even though when it comes to spoilers, even though in the movie The Postman Always Rings Twice, starring Jack Nicholson, they get away with one murder, but then they end up being found guilty of a second murder, which they didn't even commit. The point is, just because you think you got away with something the first time, sooner or later, you got to pay the piper. You got to get your letter delivered to you, whatever it might be. So there you go. Go nuts, Yucatan, but keep in mind it's more of a ominous statement than a positive one. Again, based on the movie, right? But nonetheless, you do you. I wish you the best of luck. But it's also positive in the sense that if you believe in karma or fate in both directions, what that means is if something good is coming to you or something good is coming for you, even if you don't get it right away or don't get it when you think you deserve it, that doesn't mean down the line it won't make its way to you. So what I would say is it's as positive or as negative. It's as positive or as not positive as you want to take it, right? But the all-seeing eye within Freemasonry, also known as the Eye of Providence, also known as the Eye of Ra, also kind of explains this as an idea, being just because you think you've got away with something, fate, the supreme being, the great architect, God, Allah, pick your term, they're still watching. For the time being, though, we are hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Again, I just figured I'd jump on this stream for fun, hang out. And yeah, I hope that everybody is doing well and having an excellent Sunday. Nothing sees John Cena, not even the all-seeing eye, because you can't see me. Having said that, John Cena is my favorite professional wrestler, greatest professional wrestler of all time. Nice try, user. You are not the hand of fate. At least I don't think you are. I think it can be. I don't know exactly if I believe in karma per se. Um, Maybe I do. I believe that happiness is to live in accordance with nature. Part of what it means to live in accordance with nature is to understand there will be consequences for actions. For example, I shouldn't go jumping off tall buildings and expect to survive because I won't. To do that is to live in accordance with nature. To understand that that's not okay to do, and to understand that is to live in accordance with nature. Well, Austin 316 says, I just whooped your ass. Maybe one of the greatest promos of all time. Maybe the greatest promo of all time. Um, there's been some Masons who are professional wrestlers. Harley Race, famous professional wrestling, famous professional wrestler and a Freemason. Maybe the greatest professional wrestler and Freemason of all time. He was incredible. So, Damien Sandow, another one. All right, guys, I hope we're all doing well. Thank you all once again for being here. I miss Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes, another one of the greats. Again, another maybe greatest. When you're talking about who is the GOAT professional wrestler, it's really hard because there's no way to be able to answer that question for sure because there's so many different options. Having said that, it's hard not to argue that Dusty Rhodes deserves to be in a Mount Rushmore somewhere. The law of attraction, I don't know. I think, look, if you do your best to live in accordance with nature, however you define that, my suspicion is lucky breaks and helping hands will be more likely to make it to you. But there's still no guarantee. And also, I think one of the biggest dangers is you don't want to be living in a world where you're doing positive things and doing good things in expectation of getting help because you're going to find yourself disappointed. You don't want to keep score in that way. At least that's been my experience. One of the biggest mistakes I think I made for a long time was I would do something for somebody or I would make some type of sacrifice and I would expect everybody else to make that same sacrifice for me, or I would set expectations on it, which is a terrible way to live, right? Happiness equals reality minus expectation. There's a lot of truth to that. Happiness equals reality minus expectation. Do things because it's the right thing to do, because you want to be good, because you want to help people around you. Don't do things with expectation of return, at least in my opinion. What is Daoism, Drumple? Eric, what is going on? Drumple, what is Daoism? I've heard of it, but I couldn't describe it. So, what is Taoism? I think it means like a natural. Um, I think it's a natural kind of acceptance of the world, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what it is, Yucatan. So maybe once I learn what it is, I'll figure out what I can say about it. Okay, which is fine. I mean, whether you are a monotheistic religion or a polytheistic religion, I mean, those either one I'd be would be sufficient to be a Freemason. Um, well, if you want to send me a message, go nuts. Taoism, like the out sound. So Taoism. All right, so what is Taoism all about? It's how you escape samsara and the cycle of. I don't know if anybody's going to be escaping the cycle of life and death. I don't even know if I'd want to escape the cycle of life and death. I kind of like the idea of knowing that to be alive is temporary, which means it sets a better precedent and encourages me to do my best and to work as hard as I can now that I'm here on Earth to take advantage of my time here on Earth. Um, Samsara is more of a Buddhist thing. Why? So I've met some Buddhist Freemasons, excellent Freemasons, excellent part of what it means to be a Freemason. What would you say Samsara is? And again, I'm somebody who I've talked about this before. Um, I'm somebody who's trying to become more conversant in different faiths and different beliefs because I could be with a Freemason who, I could be sitting with a Freemason who believes in, who's Christian, who's Muslim, who's Jewish, who's Hindu, who's Sikh, who's Buddhist, maybe who follows the Tao. And so, as a consequence of that, I want to make sure that I'm at least somewhat familiar with different religious beliefs and understandings. What is a super slam? The cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And suffering. Okay. I love professional wrestling, and there are several Masonic venues that have hosted professional wrestling historically, including the Detroit Masonic Temple, which had AEW there, which was really, really cool. I love seeing our Masonic buildings being used for, right? I love seeing our Masonic buildings being used for professional wrestling shows. I think that's really, really cool. I'll look it up. I mean, again, I don't know how I would feel about learning that there is a second, that there's a cycle to this. Because I kind of like the idea that knowing that I have simply one chance to be here on Earth, it makes me want to make the best of it. Because I know I'll never get this chance again. But maybe there's a value also in understanding that you can continue, right? That just because you get it wrong in this life doesn't mean there won't be another chance to make it right in the next one. One shot, like Eminem said, Das. I mean, I think Eminem's awesome. Eminem from Detroit, right across the river, one of the best musicians of all time. Zero doubt. One of the best musicians of all time. Hello, Oak Leaf. Oak Leaf, I hope you're doing okay. Obviously, right now in Israel and in the whole Middle East, I understand there's probably a lot of tension. I'm sure it's very dangerous right now. I hope you're listening to whatever warnings or alerts you need to listen to, keeping yourself as safe as possible. There's a lot of Freemasonry in Israel. People don't realize it. There's also Freemasonry in Jordan. There's also Freemasonry in Lebanon. And I guess I'm just hoping and wishing everybody's safety, including for all of my brothers in Lodge Holy Land number 50 out of Tel Aviv, Israel. Well, I mean, I'm not happy that you're used to it. I am very happy that you are okay and that you're here. Thank you for being here. I hope if you're watching this, you hit the like button, subscribe button. We're just hanging out, chatting, talking about whatever. I usually don't do streams on Sundays, at least not, longer streams, but just for fun, I figured why not. Um, well, I don't know, Leaf, if you're a subscriber already or not. If you already a subscriber, consider doing a super chat, a like, a gift. If you're not, then please hit that subscribe button. I would be grateful. So Yucatan, there is no beef on the Masonic side. I've said it a few times. We within Freemasonry are vegetarians in that we don't want no beef with nobody. The Catholic Church has, at a variety of different times, um, issued edicts against Freemasonry, as recent as 2023. I always say, though, the main papal encyclopedic to look at when it comes to why the Catholic Church has their views of Freemasonry, I would say you want to put that 1888, I believe, written by Pope Leo the 13th. But for a variety of reasons, the Catholic Church discourages members of the Catholic faith from becoming Freemasons. If you do, as of right now, I believe the rule is you're not allowed to take communion. It's for a variety of reasons, one of which being the Catholic Church, did not approve of Freemasons welcoming men of all different religions on equal footing. The democratic nature of Freemasonry was considered to be a threat of or a threat against kind of the idea of rule by divine right. And also there was a Leo Taxil hoax with a lot of Catholic Church fell for, where they claimed stuff about Freemasonry that was incorrect. Michael Neal, I don't think any push-ups today, although I have been working out, so maybe I have to take some more videos of me doing some push-ups. I know many Catholic Freemasons. Whatever the Catholic Church may say about Freemasonry, that doesn't change the fact that there are many Catholic Freemasons. I've even known a few Masons who are both Knights of Columbus, Freemasons, Catholic, go to church, go to mass. Yeah, they are Catholic. In a lot of ways. So Knights of Columbus did not originate with the Catholic Church, but the Catholic Church, to my knowledge, took over the Knights of Columbus, basically adopted the Knights of Columbus. The theory was a lot of Catholic men wanted to join Freemasonry because it was so ubiquitous. And so what they did is kind of adopted a different fraternal group that the Catholic men could join if they wanted to be part of a fraternity or civic group, but couldn't join Freemasonry. Knights of Columbus is an excellent group, though. They do a lot of charity. They're a very valuable part of our communities. They're a very valuable part of the civic infrastructure of our communities. They do a ton of charitable work, and they're a really cool group. And I wish them nothing but success and nothing but the best. Good coffee as always. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much for being here. A frat, but no beer pong. In the Knights of Columbus, I don't know if they play beer pong or not. I've never seen any Masons playing beer pong, but it wouldn't shock me if maybe after a lodge or at a party, complying with all the rules, etc., if there was some beer pong played, who knows? Would not shock me. I hope everybody is doing well, though. Please take a moment. If you're new to the stream, hit like, hit subscribe. If you're not new to the stream, I hope that you will consider doing a super chat, giving a gift, or just hang out with me. That'd be much obliged as well. So, Stuckman, how many levels do I need to ascend? So, it's best not to think about things in terms of levels. Having said that, you are welcome, Rick Charles, and thank you for being here. Greetings from Transcona. To get the little car and the fez hat, you need to be a Shriner. The Shrine is an appendant body of Freemasonry. It's one of the best elements of Freemasonry, one of the best parts of Freemasonry, without doubt. You need to first be a third degree worshipful master. And, third degree master mason. And after a third degree master mason, you can apply to be part of the Shrine. It's an awesome group and an awesome part of our Masonic family. So there you go. I don't know what the price of gas is where I'm at, but the price of gas has increased by 72 cents since, right? The price of gas has increased by 72 cents since February 28th in the States per CNN. So since February 28th, the price of gas has gone up by 72 cents on average per gallon. I don't know how much longer it's going to last. We shall see. But it's, it's one of those things where I asked the question, right? To what extent do we think that within Freemasonry or within communities, the price of gas is going to start to affect our civic engagement or civil engagement? Every cent that a gallon of gas goes up on average is 1 cent less that a brother can spend or has to drive to the Masonic Lodge before a meeting or after a meeting. It may mean that they need to work more hours, work longer hours, work more overtime just to be able to afford the same things. They may be less willing to take time off of work to go to a Masonic meeting. They may have less money to spend on dues. They may have less money to spend on tickets for special events. Like there's an event happening in Windsor. Tickets are $65. That's a Masonic event. That's incredibly cheap, right? Like $65 is almost nothing. However, that doesn't mean that it actually is nothing. And if you're struggling with the cost of gas, if you're struggling with the cost of necessities, if you're struggling with the cost of food because the cost to transport the food, the gas needed to transport the food has gone up, maybe you're not going to spend the $65 on a ticket to a special event or your dues, or maybe you'll ask the lodge to help cover your dues, which then affects how much money the lodge has. So the point is, you cannot separate, I've said this a million times, you cannot separate the conditions of a community from the conditions of Freemasonry within that community. And that includes economic conditions. That includes the cost of gas. That includes the cost of food. That includes how many hours people need to work to feel comfortable. Because again, every hour that somebody spends working is one less hour they can spend on Freemasonry. I do not have a Rolex, but if you help me out by doing a super chat, that'd be very kind. All right, let's see the Rolex, bro. I don't got a Rolex. Like I said, do a super chat. 3.95 a gallon in Tucson 4 days ago. Stand up over $1 since the Iran conflict. So Donald Trump is not a Freemason. There's no evidence that he is. And there's no evidence he's ever applied. Gas at Winnipeg is $1.55 a liter. I don't know what that works out to per gallon, but it's up everywhere. And unfortunately, much to my unhappiness, it does not seem as though the Iran war or the Iran conflict, pick your term, is going to be ending anytime soon, unfortunately. I don't know the difference between gallons and not gallons, gallons and liters. I don't know what the conversion is. But yeah, I've been keeping track of them and I've been reporting them on my Twitter and my Blue Sky. It's right now at 72 cents. So 72 cents over what it was February 28th. Yucatan, this is a Canadian stream. If anything, you're the guest here, so you should be more supporting my our spelling and our units of measurement. But if you're new, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would be grateful. And I hope everybody is doing well. Like I said, I don't do a lot of these streams on Saturdays, or Sundays, excuse me. But I figured today we were watching the sled hockey game, so. Although I suppose you could say, since this is Google, this is an American stream. All right, about 3.75 liters per gallon. So yeah, it's expensive. I mean, gas has always been more expensive in Canada than the United States. Many Windsorites have an incredibly proud history of traveling to the United States to fill up on gas. So, do you guys spell color with the U? We spell color, we spell labor, we spell, I'm trying to think other words that have the U in them. We spell many words with the U. He was made a Mason on site. That's not a rumor. Now, the question is whether A, it's possible to make somebody a Mason on site, which is very much debated amongst many different groups, and whether he accepted. But he was made a Mason on site by Grand Lodge Prince Hall, South Carolina. Well, so when you say normal RBA, you're probably referring to Craft Lodge, which is the first 3 degrees within Freemasonry: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. Now, it can be the case that there are Scottish Rite craft degrees, but usually craft degree, first 2 degrees, it's emulation ritual. Sometimes it's also called York ritual in the States. Scottish Rite is simply an appendant body. So the way to think about it is, and this was a Michael Moore statement, a good way to think about it is the craft degrees, or normal, if you want, craft degrees. Those are like your high school degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. That's like your high school. Your Scottish Rite would be like an after school extracurricular course. The Scottish Rite actually came from France originally, ironically enough, but it was named for a brother who came from Scotland, or who was Scottish. But I've known a few lodges who've had bagpipes and who've had haggis, so there you go. That is true, but once it does run out, are we going to be in some trouble? And if so, how much trouble are we going to be in? I think is a pretty valid question to be asking. And also, are we thinking about ways to mitigate when it will run out? I don't know if you can say that for sure. I don't think anybody knows for sure when it will run out, but I mean, we'll see. I think it's nerve-wracking for a lot of us right now. I mean, in some ways, you can think about it like the Earth's blood. Well, let's hope there's no more wars. Let's keep our fingers crossed that there's no more wars at all. I think would be the hope. There is. It's just, do we have the will to do so? Political will, economic will. You know, it's not a question, in my experience, of can something be done. Almost anything, it's not so much about whether it can be done, it's whether it will be done. It's whether we have sufficient will to do it. Because it'll be tough, but I'm sure we could. I would love to see more electric cars. Zero doubt. I think seeing more electric cars would be awesome. I mean, you know, it seems like electric cars is a really weird thing where for a while everybody was pooping on them, especially if you were right wing. And then suddenly, when Elon Musk pivoted right, everybody loved electric cars on the right. And now it seems like they're back to being just not popular in general. It's very strange. I don't know. I would love to see more electric vehicles. I would love to see us reduce the dependency on fossil fuels. I mean, in Canada, in Winnipeg, we always used to have to plug our cars in. I mean, they were all gas, but we still plug them in at night to keep them warm. I'm sure you could do something similar to that as well. Even if you're parking outside, you could still just plug in a heater of some sort, right? Is what I would assume. Right? I think this goes back to this idea of we as Freemasons should care about our communities. We should also care about the environment within our communities and within the world. I have no interest in being part of a Masonic lodge that exists within a country, within a world, within an environment that's full of smog and, massively heated up due to greenhouse gases. Imagine if we could put all of our efforts into bettering humanity instead of trying to figure out a better way to kill each other, we would have a virtual technological shift. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think within Freemasonry, we put our efforts on trying to better ourselves and the world and not killing one another. Definitely the former. You have to ask my dad how it worked. Yeah, you plug it in for the heater, right? That's one of the traditions of being a Canadian is, at least in Winnipeg, is I would have to go out at night and plug the car in. There was like a cord coming from underneath the car that we would plug in to keep it. I think it was a heater that was meant to keep the engine at least warm enough that when you started it in the morning, it wouldn't seize up on you. I do not follow the Antichrist. I do not know the Antichrist. Freemasonry has nothing to do with the Antichrist. Colonize the moon, put a lodge on it. Yucatan, that's already kind of been done a little bit. Um, Buzz Aldrin was a Freemason and was an astronaut. He was the second man to set foot on the moon. He was there with Neil Armstrong. He famously brought with him a charter from the Grand Lodge of Texas, basically claiming Texas claiming the moon for Texas Freemasons. And as a consequence of that, what developed was Tranquility Lodge number 2000 out of Texas, which one day is named after Tranquility Valley, which is the valley in which the lunar module landed. Eventually, one day, Tranquility Lodge 2000 hopes to have actual meetings on the moon, and I think that would be very cool. Oh yeah, yeah, it was something you do in Winnipeg. I mean, every like public parking lot in Winnipeg, if you park in it, you'll notice not every, but most of them has outlets at all the parking stations so you can plug the car in. You can ask my dad, he can confirm it. Plugging the car in because it would get chilly, that's for sure. Masons do, at least Texas Masons, not Masons everywhere. Keep in mind, Freemasonry is decentralized, but Texas Masons own the moon, I'm proud to say. Buzz Aldrin is absolutely an American hero, one of the best. I'm wondering if there's a way. Nah, we're fine. Just going to hang out a bit longer, see who joins. Again, I just figured do a hangout stream. Why not? So Freemasons are not interested in organizing an empire, an interstellar empire, a terrestrial empire, or anything in between. That's definitely not the goal. So no, I don't think Freemasons will ever establish an interstellar empire. I do hope that one day we do see Freemasonry existing on multiple planets. In the same way, I hope we see humans existing on multiple planets. I'd love to hear one day of a Masonic Lodge on Mars, a Masonic Lodge on the moon. And maybe if we can work out the technology, we can find a way to get Masonic lodges and humanity even beyond our solar system. Although for that, I suspect it'll be pretty difficult because they're very far away and we can only travel so fast. Would that make Pluto a planet again? Pluto is very tiny. I found out that Pluto is like 5 times smaller than our moon. So I don't know if existing on Pluto would be particularly possible. I think Mars, Earth, and the moon. Well, I guess some planets in our solar system have moons that may be habitable. Oops, let me see. I think there might be some news here. Trump admin, Israel indicate Iran fighting will continue for weeks. Israeli military plans for at least 3 more weeks of operations, as Trump says he's not ready to make a deal with Tehran. This is from CNN. Hello, Lapis, once again. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Like I said, this is just a fun stream, a fun hangout stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button and that subscribe button. President Donald Trump says U.S. not yet prepared to make deal with Tehran to end the war. Multiple Trump officials claim other countries will likely assist in reopening Strait of Hormuz. This is from CNN. The galactic center. Well, I would hope that Earth, or Terra, if you will, would be the galactic center of any empire, Masonic or otherwise. I'm not Buddhist, but I mean, I do appreciate and respect Buddhist Freemasons. I've said it before, we have Masons of all different faiths, beliefs, religions, and backgrounds. There you go. The plugs had a block heater in the engine, cooling water to stop it freezing in Manitoba's cold winters. Yep, it was very, very cold, but that's okay. I think what that does is it makes it makes you tough going through Canadian, especially Winnipeg, cold Winnipeg winters. I think Ottawa has the same thing as well, for the record. I do not know where Agartha is. I don't even know what Agartha is. What is this Agartha of which you speak? We're just going to give it a bit more time, see who joins. Again, this is just a hangout stream. I'll take questions, comments. Yakub Agartha and it sounds complicated. No, Freemasons are not searching for, I assume by the Grail you mean the Holy Grail. I mean, I suppose there are some Freemasons if the Holy Grail or if Christianity is an important is their religion and the Holy Grail is an important part of it. They may describe themselves as metaphorically searching, I suppose is possible. Yucatan, you better calm down a little bit, or you're gonna find yourself timed out. It's in the cooling water jacket. So at least you've got it confirmed, Mr. Keeps, that we did plug our cars in every winter. So, user Freemasonry is not about worshiping really anything. Freemasons, we don't worship. We're not a religion, right? Worship is a religious kind of connotation. Without doubt, though, I don't think you mean Samson. I think you mean Solomon. Solomon is an important figure within Freemasonry, specifically not so much Solomon, but his temple, because Freemasonry evolved from stonemasons. Stonemasonry, right? Examples historically of stonemasonry and what is important within stonemasonry. King Solomon's Temple is a very important figure of stonemasonry and stonemasons being employed therein, as well as the Egyptian pyramids for that matter. But no, Solomon is an important figure within Freemasonry without question. No, Drumpel, we do not worship Nimrod. We do not worship Baphomet. Again, Freemasonry is not about worshiping. That's not what Freemasonry is because it's not a religion. Nimrod, supposedly, some people would argue historically, he was the first. He was the first stonemason. He was the architect at the building of the Tower of Babel or Tower of Babel. But again, that's assuming you believe he actually exists or was a real figure and not simply a theological or mythological figure. No, that's not true. That'd be stupid. Be more intelligent, my Harry. That'd be a dumb thing to believe. And if you're seeing that on social media, consider you have to be a very silly person to believe that's true. Have you seen Tim Wallace's Murphy's final interview? I have not seen Tim Wallace Murphy's final interview regarding Templars. Gooey, I have no idea how you would know that or not know that. You're not a Freemason, first of all. Second, you're not checking that. That's irrelevant to being a Freemason. Freemasonry cares about the well, Freemasonry is not a cult, my Harry. Within Freemasonry, we're not checking. Freemasonry is concerned with the internal, not external qualifications of man. So what that means is we're concerned about the type of person you are on the inside, whether you're good and honorable. Interesting enough, in terms of the questions here, 30 votes. Are you worried about the rising oil prices? Basically a 50-50 split. 53% yes, 53% no, 47% yes. I suspect, Gooey, that you're full of a lot of baloney based on the things you say. Yeah, but you got to be smart about things too, right? You got to be intelligent. You got to recognize when something would obviously be nonsense. I mean, I'm pretty sure it would be illegal to be asking that question of an applicant And also, how could Freemasonry exist in so many different places all around the world if they're checking? You know, you gotta be smart about the things you read, and not just asking the question, but there should be some things that would be obvious, right? Right off the get go, that's full of nonsense. Definitely not. If I was ever asked to confirm, I would say no. I'm not checking on anybody, nor would I want anybody to check whether I'm circumcised or not, because that is completely irrelevant. Again, the question is not about Freemasonry is not concerned with the external, it's the internal. So, in the same way, it doesn't make a difference whether you're fat or whether you're skinny. What matters is, are you a good person and are you honorable? And that's the end of that. It's not about your physical self. I mean, look at me, right? I have no legs, right? I'm missing my both of my legs. There are Masons who are. It's not about the external. That's the point, and that includes the external physically, but that also includes the external, like how much money you have in your bank account, or any professional titles you have, or your age, or your race, or your ethnicity, or the language you speak. You could argue all of that stuff is to a certain extent external, right? Internal, what matters about the internal is, are you a good man and honorable? And that's the most important thing. Um, no, you will not ask around, Gooey. Um, I really love Freemasonry and what they are and teach. I saw contact with a local lodge through email when I was 21. In a few days, I get emails from 6 different Masons. I still love Masonry. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of strange to get 6 emails at once. I'm not necessarily sure. That, to me, that's a sign of a very bad organizational system. Like, there should be a way, and most lodges have this nowadays, where if somebody expresses an interest in joining, there's a designated point person to take that request and take that interest and contact the appropriate parties and the appropriate people and go from there, because you don't want to get overwhelmed with 6. I mean, what I would suggest though is, if you're still interested in joining, try again. Hopefully, they've got the application process a little bit more sorted, or you just contact the Masonic Lodge and you answer the first of the 6 that come to you, or whatever it might be. Um, well, if we're trying to get you to join the Freemasonry, which is not a cult, right? We wouldn't send 6 people to overwhelm them. That would be opposite the point. How does a man live with honor? I suppose to a certain extent, you could tend, everybody has to decide that for themselves, how they best hope to live with honor. I would say for me, living with honor is about being honest with yourself and those around you, trying to prioritize the good of others over the good of yourself while still being prudent, and recognizing that you're going to fall short of whatever goals you have for perfection, because no one can be perfect, but every day trying your best to be better than you were. Maybe that's ultimately what it should be considered. The goal should be simply, if every day you're trying to improve yourself and trying to make yourself better. Um, yeah, the real ghost face. Unfortunately, trolls are simply a part of being on YouTube. It just is what it is. All you can do is your best to deal with them. Don't be afraid to call people out, right? If people are being dumb or foolish or stupid, you got to be willing to call them out. But yeah, it's just part of it. I'll put people in timeout if they get too much, obviously. The real Ghostface. Will I watch? Of course I'll watch Scream 8. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Um, I mean, I've seen all of the Screams thus far, and I've loved them all thus far. Like I said, even Scream 7. Um, well, I'm already monetized, but Yucatan, you're not wrong. I mean, this is the biggest challenge that you face within Freemasonry by far, right? Which is, sorry, within YouTube, I should say, which is, yes, I want engagement. Yes, I want people showing up. Yes, I want people engaging through a variety of ways. But if I give too much, um, if I allow too many trolls to be part of the stream or deal with too many, dumb questions, the people who are here for good reason are going to get tired of it and leave because they don't want to see a bunch of nonsense in the chat, right? But by the same token, if I kick everybody out who's being trollish, the consequence is, again, the engagement goes down, and then that's not good for the channel. It's really tough to find a balance, and also trying to figure out, okay, who's asking a legitimate question, who's asking a foolish question to troll, and who's asking a foolish question simply because they don't know any better. You're kind of, it's one of those three things, and it's tough to figure out necessarily what the best approach is. And Freemasonry in some ways is the same in the sense that you have a lot of different types of people who join, who are part of Freemasonry. Some join and they're fully dedicated and they show up to every meeting. Some join and maybe they show up once a year. Some join, you never see them. And you have to figure out how to, within the context of a Masonic lodge, a Masonic experience, balance all of those different types of membership and all of those different types of people. Well, thank you, Yucatan. Harper, I don't think you're a troll. No, I'm not seeing any evidence that you're a troll. It's tough though. I mean, I've always said, and look, I'm not suggesting that being a YouTube streamer is as hard or is as tough as, like, I'm not an open heart surgeon or anything like that, obviously. Or rocket scientist, or heart surgeon or brain surgeon. However, it is challenging to be doing a stream. There is a lot of work that goes into it. So support small streamers, help small streamers grow. It would be greatly appreciated. Comment on videos, like videos, share videos, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, all that stuff. All that stuff is a very important part of this channel and streaming. I get to call people stupid. You don't, my Harry. That's not how it works. It's my stream, hence I get to call people out. You do not. If you want to, what you should do is you should start your own stream, and then you can set the rules. Is usually a good way to do it. Will I play GTA 6? No, I'm not a big fan of video games, to be honest, so I probably won't play GTA 6. I've got my kind of standard video games that I play. Assassin's Creed Part 3. Assassin's Creed 3 is one I love to play. Dead Space 1, 2, and 3. I love to play those very much also. So yeah, I will definitely be playing some of those again, but not really that interested in GTA 6 at the moment. We are just going to hang out though for the time being, wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, as always, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're just hanging out, chilling, waiting to see who wants to join and who wants to chat. anything is going to talk about. I mean, Harpo, that's the best approach to take. Believe me, as someone who spends way too much time online as well, you can't really worry about the opinions of others. It will drive you insane, especially if you're on social media. Your focus has to be on how, the opinion you have of you when you look in the mirror. That's the most important thing, right? All right. Next, more people who ask those questions, you are out. Well, anybody. As a good rule of thumb, you should never worry about the opinions of others. And if anybody does want to be a streamer, believe me, let me give you a really good piece of advice. Never worry about what other people think. You'll drive yourself insane. Well, don't worry about it. We just got silly people on the stream. It happens. There's kind of not much you can do about it. Unfortunately, you just kind of got to deal with silly people. On YouTube, it's I think it's people's nature to be foolish on YouTube. Or on social media in general, really, is what I'd say. Almost on any kind of social media platform, so often, especially because so often on social media you are anonymous, and that encourages people to just ask dumb questions. Yes, I agree. They are just jealous of my dashing looks and extreme intelligence. I support you in that. I think it's true as well. I think they see how intelligent I am and how dashing I look, and that's the end of it. So, a new TV show for Friday the 13th. Yes, it's called Camp Crystal Lake, and it looks awesome, the real ghost face. I'm looking forward to watching it. I think it stars, oh my gosh, I can't think of her name now. Lisa Cardinelli. She was on ER and Freaks and Geeks as Jason's mom, Mrs. Voorhees. I think it's supposed to be a prequel to the actual movies. My brain is huge. Do you think ID verification is a scary or a good thing? What do you mean, Drumple? I need to know more. In what context? In what circumstances? Like, 'cause the hope would be if you have an ID, you don't also need to verify that ID. The ID should act as a verification. Do you mean ID verification for voting? For like, for what purpose are we verifying ID? Well, when I hear anonymous, I think it would be Alcoholics Anonymous, right? Is what you're referring to? I mean, sure. There are a lot of Masonic buildings actually in which Alcoholics Anonymous and even Narcotics Anonymous meet regularly. They use the space. I support anything that helps people get better, that helps people turn their life around, and that includes turning their life around from substances. Um, for social, oh, do you mean like you can't get an account before you verify your ID? I mean, I would never want, as a general rule, to see freedom of speech in a broader sense decline, but I would want to see it in the more. So, for example, I think on my channel, I have the right to ban whom I would want to ban and not ban whom I would not want to ban. Whatever it is, right? Like people can come and go. I can put people in timeout. But in terms of having the ability to start your own account, your own space, your own stream, I think everybody should have the freedom to do that. I do think it's important, though, we know who is, at least we have some idea of who's on and who's doing what. I guess what I'll say is I don't know. As somebody who spends all the time on social media, I can definitely see the benefit of not simply allowing unverified individuals to take up a whole bunch of space on social media. Because very often when somebody is anonymous or not verified, they take it as an excuse to troll, which I think is very dangerous. Having said that, it's the opposite as well, which is that will definitely have a chilling effect on freedom of speech. That was a lot of me saying I don't know how I feel about it. I can recognize why there might be some value, though. Well, for games rated mature 18 plus, no Freemasonry. You need to be an adult. You need to be either at least 18 years of age or 21 years of age, depending on the jurisdiction in which you're at. So here in Ontario, to be a Freemason, you need to be at least 18 years of age. Sorry, 21, excuse me. You need to be at least 21 years of age. In Michigan, it's usually 18. It's 18. In different parts of the states, it could be, again, in, for example, I think most places in the states, it's 18, but there are some jurisdictions where it's 21 as well. Hold on. Oh, does this work? Okay, I think that's good. My, I've got to charge my phone right now. If my phone falls down, it's just because it's on the charger. So Freemasonry, yeah, we do not. It's for adults. Again, ages at least 18. In Ontario, is at least 18 in Michigan, 21 in Ontario. Usually it goes between 18 and 21, and Freemasonry is not a cult. Um, there's a lot of trolls. You get used to it, unfortunately. Avdeus. Yeah, well, I think he was on Jesus. His name was Jesus before. Jesus is King or something before. Um, so there are Masonic youth groups. There's the Rainbow. There's DMLA, but those are not Masons. Those are Masonic youth groups. When gas prices rise, people freak out. They tip well too. I mean, that's good. I'm hoping that it works well for you. Oh, it's all right. We can only do stuff virtually, so it's fine. You don't need to go at anybody. But I appreciate you wanting to. I hope that you will hit that like button, though, that subscribe button. Consider doing a super chat. Thank you for being here. I think we have actually started schools and universities. Certainly, we do a lot of charity or scholarships. There are many Masonic lodges that actually have scholarships, including one of my Masonic lodges. And every year we give out money to students going into college and university. So there are many Masons that are at least supporting the education of others. Um, I liked the Nightmare on Elm Street remake just fine. I thought it was really good. I'm one of the few I think who really enjoys it. Now, I don't think it's if I had to define the least good Nightmare movie, it would either be that one or part two, but I still enjoyed it quite a bit. I still liked it. It's actually one I return to pretty frequently and watch pretty frequently. So, um, I mean, I'm not sure what a Templar school is. They wouldn't necessarily be Masonic, though, right? The Knights Templars, it's a Masonic appendant body, but it's not exclusively Masonic as well. Okay, well, Freemasonry is not missionary, right? So it's not a missionary organization. We don't send people out. We're not trying to get new members, which I think is what missionaries try to do, or quote unquote convert people. That's not what Freemasonry is all about. You should audition for Scream 8. I should be Ghostface. That would be awesome. It's funny, Yucatan, based on all of my research, um, the mason jar was not invented by Masons, Freemasons. It was invented by, um, interestingly enough, it was invented by a gentleman whose last name was Mason, but he was not himself a Freemason, at least to my knowledge. I mean, they're definitely becoming more willing, if that's the right term, to advertise themselves and promote themselves. What they would say, though, is, and I would agree, they're not converting anyone because Freemasonry is not interested in any type of conversions, which I appreciate, and I think that's true, and because it's not a religion. And also, they may be expressing what they are and where they are, but they're still leaving the final choice up to the individual to join, right? Or to make the first step and approach the lodge. They're not expecting anybody to, like, they're not going to tell people you have to join. Rather, they're just going to say, we are here. Please join us if you're interested. If you're not, no worries. But I also would not consider it missionary in the sense that it's not about converting people. You can convert to a religion, you join Freemasonry. No, you don't have to become. Well, I think I'm buff looking, but what can I say? Um, I'm not sure what you mean by secular. I mean, within Freemasonry, you don't represent your religion, I suppose. Like when you're in a Masonic lodge meeting, you're not you're not representing your religion. There's no discussion of politics or religion in lodge. However, you are still of your religion. Thank you for the gift, Jason. Like no one would say it's not like it's not like you're Christian when you're outside the lodge and then you become secular when you're inside the lodge. It's no different than your work, right? It's not as though you're secular before you go to work. Sorry, it's not as though you're Christian before you step into your job and then when you start working you're secular, and then when you leave you're Christian again, you're Christian or Muslim or Buddhist all the way through. It just, at your job, it's not a time for you to discuss your religion. Or when you're playing sports, it's not a time for you to discuss your religion. Same thing with Freemasonry. But you don't have to be secular to be a Freemason. To be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. Thank you for the lucky clover. And yes, Shaq is a Freemason. Um, well, you got to be careful going your own path because if you're not a Freemason, you're not necessarily going to know how accurate or inaccurate the path you're going down is. So just keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind when you are doing your own research. Again, it's to be a Freemason, ultimately, it's not really an intellectual exercise, right? It's kind of like saying, um, um, it's kind of like saying, I've read every book about exercising, or I've read every book about a gym. It's like, that's great. Or I've read every book about riding bicycles. That's great, but if you've never actually ridden the bicycle, you're not really going to understand what it's all about. Ultimately, some things are not intellectual exercises, they're experiential. And Freemasonry is absolutely that case. It's experiential more than simply intellectual. That's why there are people out there who've never joined Freemasonry who probably know more about it than I do, but they're not more of a Freemason than me because they never experienced it. Well, I mean, I find that a weird question. I don't know how to answer that, Ave Deus. I mean, an Orthodox Jew, a Roman Catholic, a Muslim, why can't a Muslim and a Jewish person work together? I mean, I don't know what that means. If I go to an office, there could be a Muslim and a Jewish person and any other religion all working together in the office space. The fact that they are of different religions is completely irrelevant to the job they have to do. There could be a sports team in which you have different players of different faiths. Like, why can't people of different faiths work together? Right? The space itself, the organization itself is in some ways secular. The membership can be of whatever faith it is that they are. Um, Do Freemasons not believe? Yes, I got dry lips. That's perfectly fine. What secrets did I tell? Yes, it's well then I guess you could call it secular. I mean, I would call Freemasonry secular, but Freemasons are not secular, right? If that makes sense. Freemasons will have belief in whatever grand architect they so believe in. Um, Freemasonry as an organization, you could call it secular if you want. It's just it does not discriminate based on one's religious beliefs. Um, well, I probably should drink more water in fairness here to make you guys happy because clearly you're worried about me. I must be dehydrated. Here we go. More water. Because isn't it a thing if you have dry lips, then it means that you're not drinking enough water? I mean, again, you don't necessarily know what you learned for sure was correct or incorrect until you joined, but even if everything that you learned was correct and was part of being a Freemason, you need to keep in mind, again, just learning it, it's not the same. Freemasonry is an experiential, um, Freemasonry is an experiential uh, uh, organization process. It's no different than exercise, no different than riding a bike, no different than being part of a sports team. You will get a whole different perspective and a far more correct perspective from being part of Freemasonry than simply reading about it. Um, that's not to say, look, if you enjoy learning about Freemasonry and that's something you enjoy doing and you're happy doing that, then that is perfectly like reasonable and awesome. But I would say though is this idea that Freemasonry is simply an intellectual exercise. It's experiential. You have to be part of it truly to understand it. I mean, I don't think the secrecy increases as we go up in higher degrees. I don't know what that would mean exactly. Well, there's a hierarchy because human organizations require hierarchies, right? At a job site, you have a boss and then you have a chain of command. And the boss may know things that the other employees don't. The coach may know things the players don't. Um, your government may know things that you don't. There's a variety of reasons for hierarchies. Ultimately, they're necessary. There's not really a hierarchy the way you think about it, though. I mean, the hierarchy stops at the third degree, right? There's a third degree, Master Mason, and that's as high as any other degree within Freemasonry, whether it be Scottish Rite, York Rite, or Shrine. I don't know what the fascination is with the third degrees, with the 33rd degrees, why people care about the 33rd so much. A 33rd is no higher than a third degree, also no higher than a Knights Templar, also no higher than a potentate in the shrine. You could argue no higher than a Grand Matron or Grand Patron, excuse me, in Eastern Star. Um, or like one of the leaders within, let's say, Rainbow or Demolay. Yes, I got a big forehead. Please hit like and subscribe. In 1717, there was about 1 degree, maybe one, maybe true, maybe two. Harpocrates. It's questionable whether there was 1 degree or 2 degrees. And I guess it depends how you define it, right? Because in the stonemason guilds, there was your apprentice and there was your fellow craft, right? Which would be 2 degrees. Now, there may have been one ceremony to move from an apprentice to a fellow craft, but there was still 2 degrees and there was still an application process. But the third degree did come on significantly, well, not significantly later, but did make its way into Freemasonry, I think between 1730 and 1740. We still don't know for sure who wrote the third degree. I tend to think Sayer wrote it, but we've got some information. It might have been somebody else. So you're telling me you can possibly interact and participate in ceremonies with the same authority as a 33rd degree. Well, I'm telling you that a 33rd degree Mason can participate in the same ceremonies with the same authority as me, or even less authority than me, right? So if a 33rd degree is in a lodge meeting, he has no more or less authority than anybody else, with one exception. He has less authority than the worshipful master of the lodge, even if the worshipful master is a third degree Mason. But again, why is the 33rd so important? Because I also cannot participate in a Templar degree, because that's York Rite. I can join, but I can't participate in a Templar degree or a Shrine Potentate degree. Yeah, but that's true. I mean, when I went to law school, right, we were all equal because we were all lawyers, but they had different groups, which if I was not a part of, I couldn't attend the meetings. Some of them were based on like historically disenfranchised groups, so they had a a law student group for black law students. They had one for women law students. I couldn't join those, but I was still equal to them. But others were for interests. Others were for, there was like a law school sports team. There was all these different groups. We're all equal. If I wanted to become a 33rd degree, I could join the consistory, right? I chose not to go that high up because I was too focused on third degree craft masonry and my responsibilities therein. And a 33rd doesn't, again, give you any authority more so than a Knights Templar or a potentate. And why is it that the potentates and the Knights Templars never get discussed when it comes to this obsession with the 33rd degrees? I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school. I've never seen any 33rd degrees wear robes. Having said that, I've also never seen any Masons of any sort, of any degree, wear bulletproof vests. Um, so again, this is the mistake of a deist. Who do you think it is? Before I answer that question, I want to know whom you think it is, because I suspect you don't know. I suspect I know what answer you're going to give, but you're incorrect. I did pass the bar, but I never really practiced law, and I can't practice right now. I'm actually dealing with that because I passed the bar. But a couple years ago, when I started focusing on this, I didn't complete my um, administration requirements. So basically, my license is administratively suspended. I want to deal with it and get it fixed because it's been forever I've been dealing with this because I got lazy with it. But I don't practice law. So it is not the grand architect. So Freemasonry is decentralized. There is no single governing body that is responsible for setting the rules for Freemasonry globally. For me, I joined Freemasonry in Ontario. So therefore, the governing body that sets all the rules, which I'm expected to follow in Ontario for Freemasonry, is the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. Canada did not win, sadly. When I joined, one of the things I received was a constitution and a bylaw book. The bylaws were about the rules specifically for my Masonic Lodge. That included things like the meeting date, the meeting time, the dress code, the different offices, as well as a constitution which set out the rules which every Mason in Ontario is expected to follow. However, that constitution does not extend beyond Ontario. So, for example, Brother Michael Moore does not follow that constitution because he's in a different jurisdiction. He has his own constitution. And any changes made to that constitution apply exclusively in Ontario. My dad, who lives in Manitoba, is under a different constitution that applies exclusively to Manitoba. And there is no one Grand Master who is more powerful or more relevant than any other. Each one is completely sovereign and sets the rules within his exclusive jurisdiction. Um, the other thing is, he is not like some dictator. It's democratic. At least it's usually democratic. I can't speak for every jurisdiction, but the vast majority of them are democratic, which means every year or every 2 years, the membership votes on who the Grand Master will be for the preceding 2 years. So you need to keep that in mind as well. Now, that is who is responsible for Freemasonry in the craft lodges, the first 3 degrees. Within Scottish Rite, where I'm a member, there is a commander who is responsible for Scottish Rite in Canada. He does not have responsibility over Scottish Rite in the northern jurisdiction of the states or the southern jurisdiction of the states. Also, he does not have power or control over the first 3 degrees or craft masonry. He will get along well, I'm sure, with the Grand Master, the Grand Lodge of Canada, the Province of Ontario, but there's separate organizations under separate jurisdictions, separate governing bodies, separate structures. The same thing with York Rite, for that matter, and Knights Templar. So it's not as though the commander of the Scottish Rite could go to any Grand Master and say, this is what you're doing within Freemasonry, because the Grand Master is the authority and the exclusive authority for Freemasonry and the craft degrees. By the same token, no Grand Master could tell the leader of the Scottish Rite in any jurisdiction what they are expected to do. Every jurisdictional governing body is sovereign within whatever its boundaries are. So, if you want to ask again, my governing body is the Grand Lodge of Canada and the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. It has power exclusively within Ontario and nowhere else. And it is a democratic institution, not a dictatorship. Um, well, even Scottish Rite, I mean, it's the same thing. It's maybe in some ways, I mean, I would say in terms of aristocratic, I mean, I don't know if I would think that in some ways feels a little bit more York Rite-ish, feels a little more aristocratic than Scottish Rite. There is no African Rite user. I mean, at least not to my knowledge. There is a Swedish Rite. There is also it's called Oriental or Memphis Mizraim Rite, which is, Memphis is not recognized in North America. It is recognized in Europe, for example. Um, I would say if you want to know which one is the most populated, I do think Scottish Rite has more membership than York Rite at the moment. But again, even having more membership doesn't make it any more or less powerful or more or less authoritative. Again, Scottish Rite doesn't get to set rules for or have any authority over what's happening in the first 3 degrees. They're actually separate organizations, right? They're not part of the same group or the same organization. They don't have the same rules, the same constitutions, the same bylaws, and the process by which those things are set are different. Um, Even their grand lodges, I mean, castles, I suppose. I mean, the one of the most beautiful Grand Lodge, Scottish Rite buildings in the world is in Hamilton. It's actually a building that's been used in a lot of different television shows and movies because it's so beautiful. It's called the Scottish Rite Club. We have many African Freemasons. There's no African Rite, but there are many African Freemasons, um, both within Africa and around the world. People from Africa who join Freemasonry. They may join it in Africa, or they may, be living somewhere else and join. Actually, a good my last worshipful master in Harmony Lodge was from Ghana. Um, I mean, I've never heard of that rite, so. Well, there would be a top guy in England who would be the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England. He is the, if I recall correctly, Duke of Kent? Let me see. Duke of Kent, Prince Edward, is the current Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England. He served for over 50 years. I don't know if he'd be Norman or not. I'm going to stick around for a while because this is kind of fun. So, because people keep asking me questions. I don't know if Freemasons built the free world, but I definitely think they played a role in developing the world as it is, along with many other factors and many other facets and many other groups and many other organizations. And that's something I'm grateful for, is all of the work that Freemasons and Freemasonry did in creating, creating a world of freedom. It was very much, I've always said currently, there are two great Enlightenment era experiments that are still ongoing. The first is America, and the second is Freemasonry. Well, zero factor, I mean, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Um, okay, but that's not Scottish Rite. That's United Grand Lodge of England. So if you want to say that, again, Freemasonry is aristocratic. I mean, maybe in England it is. I suppose you could argue it almost certainly is, but the current Grand Master in Ontario is not a descendant of any conquerors. I'm pretty sure it's a farmer, if I'm not mistaken. So, I guess you take that for whatever it's worth. It wouldn't make a difference if I'm straight or gay. Being a Freemason, we don't discriminate based on those things. Individual Masons may have their own prejudices, and it is what it is. But we within Freemasonry do not discriminate based on those things. Nor should we. Or Freemasonry as a whole, as a group, should not discriminate based on those things. I would agree. I think we're on just mankind's side. I wouldn't necessarily say we are on the common man's side. I just think we're on mankind's side. Because one thing I've discovered is, unfortunately, people sometimes have a very hard time kind of, like, everybody considers themselves to be the common man. Like, what does that actually mean, I think it's better to just say we're on mankind's side. And I want the best for everybody in man. I want the best for everybody. I don't care whether you got $5 in your pocket or $5 million in your pocket. No, we're not remaining secret. We're right here. So I don't think you can say we're remaining secret as I'm right here talking to you about Freemasonry. Well, I mean, I've never drank Russian. I've never drank Russian. I've never drank vodka. I've never drank any alcohol. So it's highly doubtful to me that that happened. Having said that, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Um, well, I mean, I appreciate that zero factor. If you're interested in supporting the channel, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and doing a super chat. Just 99 cents helps out big time. Um, I mean, I'd like to think I'm really smart, but whether you think I'm really smart or not, I guess is up to you to decide. Um, I don't know about every Freemason. I think in general, Freemasonry does encourage lifelong learning, and that does encourage intelligence without question. Um, no, Freemasonry is not a mafia of any sort. It's not a white man's mafia or a black man's mafia or any man's mafia. It's not a mafia. Freemasons are encouraged, and well, not encouraged, are instructed, ethically speaking, to obey the laws of the country in which they live and in which they operate. That means, amongst other things, they are not to be joining the mafia, for example. Um, do I look like Thanos? Most people say I look really ugly on this stream. So if you think I look like Thanos, I'll take it. Yes, my Harry, that's because this whole channel is about Freemasonry. I do have other channels and other social media accounts where I don't talk about Freemasonry. Um, I'll take a compliment. Yeah, I mean, believe me, with all the things I've seen on this stream, I'll take a compliment, that's for sure. No, you can, well, you can do whatever you want, Harpo. If you do that on here, um, I would block you because I'm not going to let my stream be used to discuss rituals in specifics. There's reasons for that. I've discussed why that is. But in this case, what I'll say is it's a spoiler. If you're joining Freemasonry, you should join without expectation because that's the best way to enjoy the degree and to get the most out of it. And also, not every degree is the same. You may very well think that you have the correct degree and you may not. Um, well, then I appreciate it, Ishala, because many people on this stream call me ugly. So, my Harry, you need to calm down. You're going to find yourself in a timeout. Um, well, there's private information within Freemasonry, but it's not a secret, right? It's private information. Now, if you want to call it a secret and say what's the difference, I would say there's very valuable reasons to maintain privacy. Freemasonry is not secret because here I am talking about it and how much I love it. Are you saying I look like Chris Pratt? He's a very handsome fella. So if you think I look like Chris Pratt, I will gladly take that with much appreciation. Um, I've never heard that. That sounds really silly and dumb to me. No. I mean, what one believes about the afterlife, I guess, would be up to each individual's personal religious beliefs. Some may, I don't know, everybody will have different beliefs on the afterlife and what they expect from the afterlife. I've never heard any Mason claim that they believe that they will get slaves. I would not want to be part of an organization that made any promises about an afterlife or that said you get slaves in one, that's for sure. Because I don't want slaves in any life, this or the next. Um, I mean, so Mozart was a Freemason, Ave Deus. In terms of controlling trade routes and banking, no. I think maybe you're implying that we are the same as the Templars, which we're not. At least the historical Knights Templars. It was a different organization, though there is in the York Rite a Knights Templars body, but they are not descended from the original Templars, despite what some Masons may say. Um, um, he was a Freemason, Ave Deus. You're correct about that, but that doesn't mean that Freemasons were controlling trade routes or banking. That means one Mason happened to be in a powerful position as respects to those things, right? It's no different than pointing out that like that Mason's a plumber, therefore Masons control plumbing. Yes, so the real ghost face is correct. Zero factor. No worries. I appreciate your question. I appreciate the fact that it was asked respectfully and is sensible. But you need to understand Freemasonry is not a religion. So, what a Mason does in terms of his religious beliefs, whether it be going to a church or a mosque or a synagogue, maybe he's indigenous or First Nations, takes parts in circles, he's Hindu, he's Sikh, maybe Wiccan, they are welcome to, not only are they welcome to, but they are encouraged to take part. The thing about Freemasonry, right, is it's not a cult. And because it's not a cult, you as a Freemason are absolutely encouraged to put your religious beliefs, your deity, as well as your family, even your friends in some cases, your work, you're certainly expected to put that ahead of and in front of Freemasonry, as you should. At least in my humble opinion. So, yeah, but Freemasonry, we have men of all different faiths, beliefs, backgrounds, all of whom will participate within their exclusive, or not exclusive, but their own religious beliefs, whatever they may be. Um, from whom and why am I getting a phone call? I mean, that sounded vaguely ominous. Is it going to be asking me what my favorite scary movie is? Please, once again, take a moment. If you are new, hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, he may have, but again, that is separate from him being a Freemason, right? Again, there are many Freemasons who've been involved in all sorts of I mean, anything from there have been presidents who've been Freemasons, there's been prime ministers who've been Freemasons, there have also been plumbers who've been Freemasons, and people like me who are trying to be streamers and be Freemasons. I mean, at this point, no. Almost certainly not. Based on his criminal offenses, um, he would not be allowed to be a Freemason at this point. Now, I say that, look, I've always told people if you've committed a criminal offense in your past, but you've taken steps to turn your life around, you've served your time in custody, you've gone to counseling, you've done whatever you need to do, don't think that you don't have to apply. By all means, you can apply to be a Freemason. You may not be accepted based on the severity of your criminal offenses and based on what you've done in the interim to try to make amends to society and the victims. And it may be that the crimes were just too severe and the Masonic Lodge is simply not comfortable allowing you in. And that is what it is. They have the right to deny people based on whatever they want. I would suggest criminal actions as severe as Puff Daddy's, Sean Combs. It would be a very hard slog to convince a lodge. I don't know if I would, even if he did go to counseling and treatment and serve his time, I don't know what I would think because it would be very, very significant. And in some places, if the crime is severe enough, it's an automatic no with a criminal record, right? They're not going to turn somebody away for speeding tickets or jaywalking, but if the crime gets severe enough, it might be a different thing. But I always say don't prejudge. Go to the lodge, be honest, right? Be completely honest. Explain to them, yes, I have a criminal record. This is what happened. And let the lodge decide. Um, and respect the lodge's decision. At the end of the day, you have the criminal record, which means you made some choices. And part of the consequences of that is you may not be able to take part in activities that you once wanted to. Um, the other thing I would say, this is just as important though, is if you are a Freemason and you end up committing crimes, you should be, as a general rule, I mean, when I say crimes, I'm not talking about jaywalking. You should automatically be suspended from Freemasonry, and the Freemason should contact the authorities if they find out you've committed the crimes. Now, again, after you've served your time, gone to jail, gone to counseling, tried to make amends, you are welcome to reapply and ask to join the lodge again. The lodge has to decide if they're comfortable. That's going to be based on the nature of the offenses. But again, don't prejudge the situation, but be honest. That's the most important thing. Not every jurisdiction requires criminal record checks, but many do. I've always recommended, I think lodges should do criminal record checks. I also think lodges should do credit checks and health checks. Um, oh my gosh, we're getting metaphorical now, we're getting philosophical. Do I think a person who is starving should be punished for stealing food to survive? Um, no. Well, So I don't think they should do drug tests. I think that's too personal. I would draw the line at drug test user. So there's this concept in law called mitigation of damages, which I think is a very good one, right? And what that means is, um, like, for example, if I, so let's say the apartment above me, let's say that they have some type of water leak and the water is leaking into my apartment. Let's say if I discover the water leak on Monday, but I decide I really wanted to get a new paint job anyways, so I don't tell anybody about the water leak until Friday when everything is really damaged. I'm not entitled to compensation for any damages that occurred from the Monday I first discovered it to the Friday because I took steps to actively make the situation worse. So I'm not entitled to any, you know, funds for any damages that occurred after I discovered it, but before I told anybody. Um, that's mitigation of damages. If you're starving, however, it can be proven that the reason you're starving is, for example, you spent all of your money on, you know, nefarious things. Maybe you spent all your money on illegal things, or you spent all your money on some super fancy car, or whatever it is. You had the ability to budget appropriately and you had the ability to buy food, but you spent your money on something else, then yes, I think you should be punished because you did not mitigate the potential damages. Having said that, if it can be demonstrated that you were in a position of starving for no kind of fault of your own, then I think it's completely fair to say that the person should not be punished. If anything, the system that put him in that situation, the politicians that have starving people, should be punished, and maybe they should be the one who, gives whoever was victimized, whoever was stolen from, maybe the politician should give the victim the money back. Um, I mean, I would always agree zero factor rehabilitation is always more appropriate than punishment. I worked in a jail for 5 years. I was a probation officer for 5 years as well. I would definitely say I'd rather have an emphasis on rehabilitation